والله. الصوت بقى، خلينا الصوت نظبطه. سامعني كده؟ سامعني؟ تيست مايك، تيست مايك. سامع ولا لا؟ تيست 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 مايك، تيست مايك، تيست مايك. ايه؟ سامعني كده؟ اوكي. ماشي انا كده. ايه؟ لا. خليه معايا، اول ما السبيكر هيطلع انا هبدلهم معايا، يعني انا هظبطهم. هنبدا دلوقتي حالا.
عايزين نبدأ دلوقتي.
ماشي. ايه؟
عايز اشغل الكابتشا الاسود على كأننا في شاشة.
الكبشه الاسود واصل اصلا ولا؟ الكبشه الاسود واصل.
عايز بس اول حاجة
بس
نعرف
بايه؟
ده فاضي اصلا.
ماشي. واحده واحده بالله عليكم وانتوا بتشدوا كده.
بقول لك البانر طالع معاك في
هتلاقينا معاك.
الكادر ده كده ولا نعدله؟
ده بتاع الكاميرا. نور معاك
مايكروسوفت.
حالا. جامد. ودي ودي بتفصل، خلي بالك.
ماشي عشان الكابل، عشان انا بحركه بس. بس اهو بس اهو بس اهو. بص هي قرت تمام. ماشي ظبط بس الكابلات، خليه يكون ثابت كده. ظبط بس الكابلات مع
يا لهوي، هو ده صح؟
انا حاولت. بص علي.
انا تمام يا بص.
تمام.
تسلم ايدك. امن بقى على الكابل بالله عليك عشان ما يفصلش واحنا شغالين. كويس، بس اللوجو التاني هحطه تحت.
تمام.
تمام.
100 100 ونطلع كده.
اه
ماشي. كده كده اوضح خالص. كده كده اوضح. مش 100 100. هو المهم هيبقى طالع هنا معاهم في بس هو ده هو مسير بس هنا شويه. نفس الحاجه احنا كده تمام. بس محدش يعدي يقوم فاهم. ماتش نص اللايف.
الحمد لله. بصوا المايك ده هيكون كل سبيكر هيطلع ببدله بس معاك. حلو. اي حاجه كده.
تيست تيست.
انت لايف دلوقتي خلي بالك.
لا عادي.
يا لهوي. شباب. لو عايز
مش هو دلوقتي الدنيا أظن مش محتاجة تذاكر خالص. هو فين سيف؟
انا اللي هركبه مش هم اللي هيركبوه ولا ايه؟ Good morning. صباح الخير، ازيكم عاملين ايه؟ انا دكتور هشام نافع، مدرس فسيولوجي الاعصاب قصر العيني، واحب يعني افتتح الاول ورك شوب للنيوروسوفت يوزرز. هيبقى ان شاء الله سيريز اوف ورك شوبس، هنعمل ايام زي دي كتير. وهم شركه نيوروسوفت بتهتم ان هي تبقى مش بس بتبيع اجهزه، لا بتبيع اجهزه وتبروفايد تريننج، وهم ما شاء الله يعني فول بروفايد فول سبورت اول ثرو ذا يير، ومعانا كونكشن بيهم كويسه جدا. اقدمهم بس، هو دكتور ديمتري is a neurologist, neurophysiologist, and the head of the Russian Association of Clinical Neurophysiology. Dr. Alexander is a neurologist and a Neurosoft EMG medical consultant and a member of the Russian Association of Clinical Neurophysiology. And here, Mr. Anton, marketing specialist in Neurosoft, Russia. Thing is, الهدف بقى من السيريز اوف ورك شوبس دي ان يبقى في لينك ما بين نيوروسوفت وما بين الكونسيومر، بحيث ان يبقى لو في اي اسئله بالنسبه للسوفت وير او اي ادفانسمنتس انتوا تعرفوها اول باول، ده حاجه. تاني حاجه برضو هيبقى في بقى ميديكال تريننج لاي حد حابب يبقى مور equipped سواء بالاي ام جي، بالنيوروماسكولار الترا ساوند، وبالاي جي والسليب والى اخره، يعني في كل الدومينز بتاعه الاجهزه بتاعه نيوروسوفت. فاحنا هنعمل يعني this is the launch of the Neurosoft Academy in Egypt ان شاء الله. مهندس مصطفى هنا يعني.
Could we start? Are you ready to start? Okay.
So, dear colleagues, hello and welcome to our EMG workshop. I'm Alexander Chibirev, neurologist and neurophysiologist, and today we're gonna look at the basic technique that's applied every day in each EMG labs. That's nerve conduction study and needle EMG. So let's get started. First of all, let's look at the start page of NeuroMap software. Here on the right side, you may see an exam manager. It's a highly useful application that keeps all examination you performed before. Here you can see different exams, and also they can be arranged into folders, into different folders. For example, if you want to arrange them in years, in departments, and so on, you can easily create a new folder like this one, and let it be 2025 year. New folder has been created, and here you can save your examination in this folder. Also, you may cut, paste, and copy your examination. One more interesting feature is exam exporting. you may export your examination and send it to your colleague. So then your colleague, if he has this software, may import this exam and look through it like in a real examination, not only as a report. So then, right here, this is an exam field for the latest exam list. That has been opened recently. For example, if I open this examination, that's going to be here in latest exams. And on the left, we have a most useful button, new examination, to create new exam. Click on this button and you will see a window opened with different gaps, with different info, but you have to know that none of these fields is important, it's crucial, and you may type only information you need. For example, patient name, patient sex, patient birth date, if you need, you may insert patient weight or patient height. Department, for example, neurological department or ICU or outpatient department and so on, and suggesting diagnosis. For example, carpal tunnel syndrome. And also, you may type doctor info. This field with doctor's info keeps information about all data inserted, so you don't need to fill it each time. If you have assistant or nurse, you may insert this data as well. And then, when all gaps needed are filled, click OK button, and new examination is being created. And we turn out at Clinical Info tab. Here you may type any information about your patient, for example, you need. It may be patient complaints, patient history, or brief neurological examination. But this tab is not necessary as well. If you don't want to type anything here, you may not type. And then let's get started with nerve conduction study. Commonly, nerve conduction study starts with the motor conduction study. That means we will investigate motor fibers of different nerves. Here at the upper toolbar, you may see different icons for lots of different techniques. Motor conduction, velocity, sensory, F-wave method, magnetic stimulation, inching techniques, EMG, evoked potentials, and so on. To create a new technique of motor CV, click on this icon, and here at the list, you may see all nerve and muscles available for recording. For example, median nerve with a recording from APB muscle, abductor pollicis brevis. As for me, it's much more convenient to use another way. Have to find muscle you need and nerve you need. Click on this icon, and here you can see human body picture. All human body parts are clickable, and in case I want to investigate median nerve with a recording from abductor pollicis brevis muscle, and I know that abductor pollicis brevis muscle located over the palm, just click on the palm, and here you can see a list of tests of muscles available for recording at the palm. It's a median nerve with recording from abductor pollicis brevis muscle and ulnar nerve with recording from abductor digiti minimi muscle. And the next step is to pick up the side, right or left. Now, the new new test has been created for motor CV. motor CV. For the first channel of amplifier, right side, for abductor pollicis brevis muscle, which is innervated by median nerve and C8, T1 spinal cord segments. Next to it, we have a comment field where we can type any comment for this separate technique. Next to it, stimulus electrical stimulator parameters. Stimulus intensity, stimulus duration, and stimulus frequency in case of repetitive stimulation. And nearby, you can see an amplifier parameters such as low pass band, high pass band filters, notch filters, and so on. Below this, you can see a field that's called a curve viewer, where all waveforms collected will be saved. And on the right, the place for the different tables and plots. At the lower toolbar, you may find lots of different tools. I will show you them a bit later. So the next step is to place our electrodes over a muscle investigated. In my practice, I use such an electrodes. It's a gel electrodes, gel electrodes that I slit in a half, not for economy, but for lessen their square, because their square is quite excessive for EMG. And connect these two electrodes to the alligators. Now we have two electrodes, a black one, an active one, and the red one, which is a reference. We should place active electrode over a muscle belly. And place referent electrode over a muscle tendon. So belly tendon principle works. The next step is place a ground electrode. In different guidelines and books and so on, there is strongly recommended to place ground electrodes between recording electrodes and the first point of stimulation, between stimulator. But actually, it doesn't matter, and ground electrode may be placed wherever you want. In our case, ground electrode will be placed over a contralateral forearm in order to not to interfere us during examination. I recommend you to slightly wet ground electrode for better impedance. And just wrap it around patient forearm. The next step is checking impedance. Click that button on device or on laptop, or click on this icon, and you will see impedance below electrodes. The lower impedance, the better signal is. In case of high impedance, you may adjust and put electrodes or slightly wet them. And click OK. Now we are ready for nerve conduction study. I take an electrical stimulator, and electrical stimulator, in case of study median nerve, should be placed over median nerve in a distal point of stimulation 1 centimeter proximally out of carpal fold. Okay? apply stimulator over the median nerve and click single pulse stimulation button on the device. Precise the point, and here you can see a good compound muscle action potential, or SMAP, but you have to be sure that this SMAP has the maximal amplitude and we performed supramaximal stimulation. Are you sure that this SMAP has a maximal amplitude? Despite the fact that amplitude is normal, latency is normal, and so on, I'm not too sure that this SMAP is maximal. So I need to increase stimulus intensity a bit and perform stimulation one more time. Okay? Amplitude has been increased a bit, so I'm not too sure again that this SMAP is maximal. Increase stimulus intensity, and we'll look at this, it's still increasing. So add stimulus intensity a bit more. Now we can see that amplitude hasn't increased any longer. So that means we reached a maximal response. And to perform supramaximal stimulation, increase stimulus a bit more and perform stimulation one more time. Okay, that's done. We got a good waveform and good amplitude and good latency. It's appropriate waveform, so we're ready to save it. Click OK button on the device, and our waveform has been saved in our curve viewer. Now, what's the next step? One may think that the next step is a proximal stimulation, but in our software, it's much more easier to perform F-wave because we write there with stimulator, with our stimulus parameters, with our recording electrodes. So there are two ways. Ways have to create a new test for median nerve for F-wave estimating. First one is with the way is with the mouse going to this icon and creating a new test. But it's not convenient, especially you are holding the stimulator with in the right hand. Another way is a link test using. Click on F3 button on the device, and now you can see linked test menu. Among linked test there is F-wave, and with the joystick just choose it and click OK on the device. Now F-wave test for median nerve is created, and pay your attention. All stimulus parameters has been downloaded from the previous test. That means I don't need to find for supramaximal response and supramaximal stimulus intensity. Just collect a serial F-wave. You may do it manually, clicking on single pulse stimulation, or you can collect it automatically, clicking on repetitive stimulation button. Now collecting is being performed automatically, and then when it's done, click OK button to save all waveforms. And go back to the previous test with the arrow on the device. So the next step is a proximal stimulation, but pay attention. I didn't take out my hand of patient forearm, because the next step before proximal stimulation, it's marking a point of stimulation. Take a marker and point out the point under cathode. Don't forget about it, because marking the points is a crucial thing in AMG. The next step is a proximal stimulator for median nerve. For median nerve, this point is located in antecubital fossa, just medially to the biceps tendon. Press stimulator, relax muscle. Press stimulator and perform stimulation again. Single pulse stimulation with the single pulse stimulation button. Okay, we have a good compound muscle action potential. It seems has the same form as the previous one, but sometimes compound muscle action potential at this point at the same stimulus parameters may be quite lower even in healthy people. That happens because the median nerve lies much more deeper in antecapital fossa than at the forearm. In case if you get lower SMAP, increase stimulus intensity and perform stimulation again. Now is an appropriate waveform, and I'm saving it with clicking OK button. The next step is marking with the pencil point of stimulation. Thank you. Okay, and the next step is measuring distances. With the ruler, you have to measure distance between recording electrodes and the first point stimulation and between 2 points of stimulation. Okay, let's do this. 85 millimeters. Now, I need to insert the distance into software to calculate different parameters such as conduction velocity and apply normal values for distant latency. How to do this? The most easiest and the most fastest way is pressing F2 button on amplifier, and with rolling encoders just set distance you need. Then measure another distance. It's 245. Click F2 button one more time, and you can see that distance will be inserted into the next field. And click F2 button to exit distance inserting mode. Now, motor conduction velocity for the median nerve is done as an F-wave method. The next method for median nerve is a sensory conduction velocity. Of course, we have two ways how to create a new test for median nerve of sensory CV. The first way is with the mouse, go to this icon, look for the median nerve, pick up the side, but link test works here as well. Click F3 button and pick up sensory conduction velocity. Click OK, and now sensory conduction velocity test for median nerve for right side has been created. And what I should do is replace my electrodes over index or middle finger. In my practice, I'm used to use gelled electrodes for sensory CV as well. For me, it's much more faster and it's much more convenient. But if you want, you may use ring electrodes for sensory conduction velocity from fingers. With the same cable that's connected these electrodes from a different channel. In my case, I will use the same electrodes and the first channel. Check impedance before proceeding. Impedance quite good. Put stimulator over the median nerve again and perform single pulse stimulation. It seems that the stimulus intensity is quite low for collecting the sensory nerve action potential, so increase stimulus intensity. And relax. Now we have a sensory nerve action potential, and we have to be sure that we collect a supramaximal response as well. So increase stimulus intensity until it doesn't grow up, and in some cases you have to average several waveforms because sensory nerve action potentials, it's quite small potential in amplitude, and it can be easily interfered with environmental noise and so on. So to average the signal, click repetitive stimulation button, and software automatically applied repetitive stimulation and average each waveform. When that's enough, click OK button and save our waveform. Then point out the point of stimulation, but I will already have this point, and measure distance between active electrode and relax. 160 millimeters. The same way, the same hotkey F2 button is used for inserting distances and adjust distance which you need. Click F2 button to exit distance mode. So that's done. Nerve conduction study for median nerve has been performed. The next step is investigating another nerve, for example, ulnar nerve. To create a new test for ulnar nerve, you have to go to this icon, motor CV, and pick up ulnar nerve and choose the site. But in NeuroMap software, there are lots of settings, including hotkeys. And I preset my hotkeys for the motor CV for the ulnar motor conduction study as a Ctrl 1 hotkey plus U. And the next step is just pick up the site. So you have mentioned that I only use 2 buttons on my laptop, on my keyboard, without any touching of mouse.
The thing is, he's saying that Neurosoft software is done with giving you empowerment to choose shortcuts. So you can set any shortcut for any study. You can set a shortcut for stimulation, accepting the waveforms, opposing stimulation. So any function in the software can be given a shortcut. This enables you to customize your machine to whatever way that makes you work fast, without error, and with the least number of buttons to be clicked.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So then, let's replace our electrodes to the abductor digiti minimi muscle with the same principle, belly tendon principle. Active electrode is over the muscle belly, and referent electrode over a muscle tendon. Check impedance. It's quite good for motor CV. And perform the same things: stimulation, marking points, and measuring distances. Supramaximal SMAP, link test, F-wave method. Collect several F-waves. Save them, go back, mark the point. The next point is below elbow. Put stimulator, precise point. Yeah, that's what I have told you before. stimulus intensity is not enough to collect a SMAP with enough amplitude. So you may increase stimulus intensity and reach the same amplitude. Then the next point is located above elbow. In case of ulnar nerve, these 2 points are crucial because in case of carpal tunnel syndrome, we have to estimate conduction on the elbow. In case of several stimulation and collecting several M waves, with a rolling encoder, I can choose any F wave or any M wave I've already got. Look at this. This is the first one, this is the second one, this is the last one, and so on.
Let me clarify. In software, this software has two very beautiful features. In other devices, when you stimulate, the previous response gets erased and you get a new recording. In this device, you have the response and all the previous responses displayed behind it. So you can compare to make sure that this is supramaximal.
If you did a double click on the graph, it will show all the previous responses,
Exactly.
and you can choose one of them, which is
Exactly.
you prefer even if you lost one of them and repeat the stimulation.
Perfect. And this is a Neuroscience user.
Yeah, it's quite experienced Neurosoph user. So in case if we save this waveform,
I just wanted to also say that what you just said about going back.
yeah, and all these waveforms saved in the history.
Save waveform using just the scroll on the keyboard.
If we open an acquisition window in a history, you will find all waveforms we collected before. And you may click on this one and take into analysis any waveform.
النور الصغيرين لما بييجوا يشتغلوا هو يجي يعمل ستيميوليشن وبعد كده ايه ده احنا ما دوسناش ستوب ما وقفناش ده الويف راحت طب انا عايز ارجع للويف الكويسه بدل ما اكتفى بالعين 500 مره لا بسهوله هرجع للديسبلاي واختار الويف الايه الكويسه وخلاص.
And it is applicable for both motor and sensory.
Yeah.
Sensory is more important than even than the motor one.
Yeah, that's working all this. Okay. And the next step is measuring distances and inserting them into software. Flex your arm. Okay, and suggestion, you want to create an examination of the same nerve, but on the contralateral side. Just click Control F4 button on your keyboard on a laptop. And you can see that new test for motor CV, for abductor digiti minimi muscle and ulnar nerve, but for the left side has been just created. Only clicking with the two buttons. Okay, what's interesting? Suggest you get a response, the second response, the second waveform, and it's not appropriate. Suggest it has a low amplitude or inappropriate waveform, and you have to replace this to the correct one. It doesn't mean you have to create a new examination and perform all of steps with the same beginning. Click F4 on amplifier on software and mark this waveform for replacement, for recording. You can see that this SMAP becomes gray, and if you perform simulation one more time, one more time and save them, this F wave replaces the previous one. But previous waveform doesn't disappear, and you can switch between them with this button, move forward or move back. In case if you created the wrong test template, for example, you wanted to investigate median nerve but created a test of ulnar nerve and already done everything tests, you don't need to create to start with the beginning all your tests, just to replace template. Go to the test template and replace template. And let it be median nerve abductor pollicis brevis muscle. And click OK. And check in the site. So now you can see that all waveforms becomes related to abductor pollicis brevis muscle and median nerve. But don't forget to change site of stimulation, because site of stimulation doesn't change automatically. In case if you pick up the right correct test template, but you was incorrect inside, for example, you investigate left arm, left side, but your test template for the right side, just click on all waveforms, and with the menu of right mouse button, change record inside. And it becomes for the left abductor pollicis brevis muscle. It's maybe more actual for sensory CV when you want to get 2 snaps in one window. 2 snaps, I mean from the right side and from the left side. Yeah. Just click tilde on your keyboard, and now you can see new side left. Perform stimulation again. Save response, and here you can see that 2 responses are in one window, but from the different side. This one from the right, and this one from the left. Okay, what we have interesting more. In a recent update, we add a superimposing of M waves. Let me show you. This method may be helpful when you are sure you have to place marker on the distal SMAP, but you are not too sure where to place the onset marker in the second waveform. In this case, you may superimpose 2 waveforms and rolling encoder feed them to each other. One more feature is a quite convenient comparison from side to side. Let me perform median nerve motor CV on the left arm. relax your muscle and so clicking on a F7 button on lower toolbar or on the device, you may have side-to-side comparison, waveforms, and table data. Here you can see the proximal point of stimulation, right and left latency, a distal point of stimulation, proximal point of stimulation, sorry, and right and left conduction velocity, and amplitude as well. Okay, do you have any question regarding motor or sensory CV? So you may notice how using buttons on the device and shortcuts save your time. In my case, it's helped me to save my time up to 20 or 30% for examination. Having more time for examination, you may perform additional tests, or you have more time for making a conclusion that's let you be more accurate. Let's look at the repetitive stimulation test, repetitive stimulation or decrement test. Click on this icon and choose muscle you want to investigate. Repetitive stimulation is used for neuromuscular junction diseases, and commonly facial muscles or deltoid and trapezius muscle are used for this test. Let's create an abductor pollicis brevis. Oh, I'm sorry, orbicularis oculis. Decrement test. Switch to manual mode and perform repetitive stimulation with a recording from orbicularis oculi muscle. Я уже показал. Как? Я новую пробу создавать. Okay. Okay, the same principle works here. Active electrode should be placed over a muscle, and referent electrodes should be placed over a muscle tendon or electrically negative structure. But in case of facial stimulator, it's better to have a patient lie down on the bench, on the couch, because electrodes are quite heavy, and they may put off the patient. If you don't have a patient couch and so on, you may use lawn crocodiles, lawn alligators. Lawn alligators, because they are not too heavy like this cable. But because of this scheme, the noise may be higher in case of using this adapter. Just plug out DIN output, add and plug in touch proofs.
I have two questions here from the audience.
Yeah.
First, because they're not seeing you manage the device, the question is that how can we recorrect waves without shifting the wave?
A recurrent wave?
Yes, in between waves. How can we recorrect in between waves without shifting of the wave? ممكن حضرتك clarify what do you mean? اتفضل. اسمع لك ايه دكتوره؟
Yeah, I see what you mean.
هو هيوري حضرتك هنا.
Software plays markers automatically but manual placement, markers placement is also available. And to fit markers, just roll encoder, and set markers in the place you want. And click an encoder, you may switch markers to replace this one, this one,
Below elbow, above elbow.
this one.
She says if you have 3, not 2.
Okay, let me show you. In case of 3-wave, if you select only 2 waves, will be superimposed. The first one and the second one. If you don't select any wave,
second wave yes
only one.
the second wave كان فيها wrong ماشي
Yeah.
فاحنا حبينا ان احنا نلغيها خالص وبعد كده نيجي نعمل واحدة تانية.
He says she's asking if she's done, if she's not satisfied with the second wave, and she wants to repeat it.
Repeat, re-record.
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 كانت تانية.
Yeah.
مشكلة.
F4 button, as I said, F4 button, and this waveform becomes gray. That means this waveform is ready to be replaced to another one. Perform stimulation one more time, save wave which you want, and new waveform replace this one.
لما نعملها save بس.
Yeah. But previous waveforms doesn't disappear. You may switch between them.
طيب السؤال التاني اللي زي
How can
بنعمل
you
split.
split the screen to get the 2 nerves in the same window that you
طلعت
showed?
الميديان
Yeah.
في نفس السكرين.
View, and toggle split view. So here is the left.
Again please.
One more time. View. Toggle split view.
Thank you.
So in this case, just click tilde and perform stimulation on the other side. So let's go on.
Yes, I just have an announcement. Once Mustafa بيقول إن يعني إحنا we're gonna have a small contest. Whoever want to participate, who can do using our device, a motor study and a sensory median study, in the shortest time, we'll get a special gift from Engineer Mustafa. We have 2 gifts. One for the gold. One will get the golden Neurosoft star, and the second place will get the silver Neurosoft star and a special gift.
Pretty nice. So let's go on. Go back to the repetitive stimulation test and place our electrodes. Well, for better electrode fixation, you may use additional tape. Because it's a common situation when electrodes put out or down from patients. Huh? Pardon? Okay. No. You may use upper limb or lower one. Then, as in any nerve conduction study test, you have to find the point of stimulation and reach the supramaximal stimulus intensity with maximal SMAP response. To adjust it, ask your patient relax, put stimulator over the zygomatical bone, and perform stimulation. Here you can see single pulse stimulation and amplitude of 1.1 millivolts. To be sure that this amplitude is maximal, increase stimulus intensity one more time. And again. So now it doesn't increase any longer. That means we have a super maximal stimulation and maximal amplitude of compound muscle action potential. And then click repetitive stimulation button to perform repetitive stimulation, 5 stimulus with the frequency of 5 stimulus, look at this, with the frequency of 3 Hertz. Don't look at the laptop, don't look at the device, look at your patient, don't let him line back and so on. Keep your hand strength and just play repetitive stimulation. Okay. And we get series of 5 SMAPs with a frequency of 3 Hertz. You may perform one more time stimulation and collect one more series. Okay. Let's set our patient free because he feels uncomfortable. And look at the series. It seems that markers were placed in incorrect ways because onset is right here. Check another waveforms. Yeah, all markers are incorrect. So have to set markers to the right place with the only one moving. Superpose waveforms, superpose. This button, superpose. All waveform in series and place marker to the onset, correct peak, and correct offset. Then, when you switch off superimposing mode, you will see that all markers are set in the same place. The same we can do with this serial. Okay, and look at the table's value. Software calculates decrement between the first and the second SMAP and between the first and the last. In our case, last SMAP is the 5th, but you may adjust your template to the 10 SMAPs in a serial. Okay, you have a question?
Also, we can put an automated timer to be repeated to give at least 4 repeated.
Yeah, automatic timer is called a macro. Here you can see a macro. Stimulation with a 3 Hz frequency, 5 stimuli, and then repetitive stimulation. And then it repeats. But as for me, I prefer do everything manually.
Because it will provide you by the timer. You are
Yeah.
starting first, if you have a decrement, you will search for a repair of decrement or exercise stress test to have a repair with release from the calcium storage. To save time for you, the machine can provide a appropriate timer for this to be reproduced, and you can switch it off if you need it to have the 4 responses with at least 10 seconds spacing between every repetitive nervous stimulation to give you the full-blown picture for this neuromuscular junction disorder, whether a decrement or increment for this.
Yeah, exactly. I see what you mean. In case of exercise testing, time is crucial, and you have to look at the timer or believe.
Stop it.
Yeah, when stop it and when repeat it. Yeah, and wait for a minute or 2 minutes after an exercise. Yeah, you may do it manually and look at this timer, or you can do it with a special macro. And there is one special macro for tetanization with the with the frequency of 50 Hz and 200 stimulus. So then If you perform exercise testing, you may comment this like a pre-exercise seria, and post-exercise series. If you spend a couple of minutes, this is going to be not facilitation, but post-exercise exhaustion in case of postsynaptic or neuromuscular junction disorder. And also there is common procedure test, but you can type here in this field anything you want. Any comment. That works with any waveform, with any curve. That comment could be inserted near the waveform and will be saved here. So that's all about nerve conduction study. Let's go on to needle EMG. Any question? Okay, let's go ahead and create a needle EMG test. You may set shortcuts for needle EMG test as well. I didn't do it actually on this laptop. So I go to the quantitative EMG icon. And here in the list, we can see lots of different muscle, from frontalis muscle to paraspinal muscle, to be estimated. Just pick up the muscle and choose the side. In my case, it's really convenient to use this body icon with the muscle on the patient forearm. And now, new test of QEMG, quantitative EMG, is created. Quantitative EMG include 3 techniques: spontaneous activity, motor unit action potential collecting, and interference pattern estimation. Among these 3 tests, you may see here different tables and plots, and data will be filled during our next examination. Routinely, needle EMG, quantitative EMG, start with the spontaneous activity. Click on this icon or press F2 button on the device, and here you can see a window, a mode for spontaneous activity estimating. I will use 37 millimeters concentric needle electrodes. That's a Neurosoft disposable electrode, and I need an adapter. This I'm gonna plug into the second channel of my amplifier, because all QEMG tests, all needle EMG tests, is preset for the second channel of amplifier. Second.
But this device is very beautiful because 3 channels and 2 stimulation channels and the keyboard all in wrist size.
This version is dual.
No, this is actually 3 channels, right?
Neuromap
Oh,
2.
this is the Neuromap, not the third one.
3 channel has a light box.
Another one, another version.
Light box has 3 channels.
عندهم واحد اسمه لايت بوكس زي 3 فعلا.
That one. Do you have light box on the banner?
هو ده اصغر حاجه. تاني ده اصغر حاجه.
Oh, so prepare patient's skin with alcohol, and actually you'd better use gloves. But I believe my patient isn't infected.
Mr. Anton,
No.
indicated Neurosoft employee.
No hepatitis and no AIDS.
To give the job the full commitment.
Okay, connect needle into adapter and start recording before you insert needle. So you may obtain an insertional activity into a muscle. To locate muscle belly, you may ask your patient to contract his muscle. Make a twitching with the middle finger. Okay? This one? Okay. Insert needle. Сейчас пройдет. And here you can see pretty nice
From the laptop or from the laptop?
laptop.
Can we switch on the
This
sound?
device doesn't have any sound output.
Oh, okay.
Okay, pretty nice signal despite the fact that the environment is awful. We have lots of chargers, HDMI, and so on. You may see pure baseline without any spontaneous activity. Just a beat notch.
Okay, let me try to put on the sound. Sorry.
It's full.
It's
А там есть колонка? Не, на ноутбуке все работает, на HDMI уходит. It's good through the HDMI, and where it ends, I don't know. I can plug out HDMI, and we will hear sound. The sound is crucial in needle EMG. You may not look at the screen, but you have to hear. Okay, ask your patient to fully relax his muscle, because in healthy people, we are not obtaining any spontaneous activity apart from insertional, this one. This lasts no longer than 300 milliseconds. And analysis epoch for spontaneous activity by the default is 7 seconds. You may see that 7 seconds of of curve, and then it goes with the end, with the beginning. Click OK to save this spontaneous activity, to save this curve, and you can see that 7 seconds of spontaneous activity curve. But you may adjust it as you want. For example, you may prolong the analysis epoch up to 2 minutes, for example, when you are looking for potential of fasciculation in case of LAS and so on. It's recommended to wait so long. Change needle position and investigate spontaneous activity at another point. Click one single pulse stimulation for start previewing. It's not a fasciculation, it's just a needle movement. If you don't want to save this data, for example, due to the noise and muscle twitching, you just click on Escape button and start recording again.
Even if you didn't erase it, after a time it will replace the older one by
Yeah,
line.
yeah. When 7 seconds is done, curve go with its beginning and replace previous analysis epoch. And click OK to save them. No, it's end plate potential.
End plate potential.
Ah, you mean this one? It's a notch noise, 50 hertz.
This is noise.
50 hertz noise. Okay, then click F3 button to motor unit action potential mode. And now we have to collect some motor unit potentials. Click one single pulse stimulation button, and here you can see pre-recording. Ask your patient to slightly contract his muscle, not this one, because it's extended indices. slightly contract his muscle up to 15 or 20% of maximal force. And you have to find the point where the motor unit action potentials has a good have a good quality. That means have a quite sharp waveforms, quite fast rise time, and a loud sound. In case of motor unit action potentials not so loud and has dull pop sound, or not so sharp, change needle position for looking for the best one. Here you can see preview, pre-recording window, and below preview of motor unit action potentials that software can extract from this curve. When you found a good needle position and there is appropriate maps, click averaging button, and during 4 seconds, software collect and average this motor unit action potential, and it's automatically could choose it or unchoose it, but you may correct it manually with the clicking of right mouse button. Yeah, add or delete it from the analysis. But in the latest update, we found that it's not convenient to use right mouse button and add a function with the numpad keyboard. You may see that there's the first one, the second one, third one, and so on. So clicking on the numpad number 3, I add or remove this waveform from analysis. The fourth is good as well, and I'm not going to include the first and the last ones. Okay, we got 3 motor unit action potentials, and then we have to save them. Click OK button, and these waveforms are added into a curve viewer. And also, you know that we have to collect at least 20 different motor unit action potentials. So start previewing again. Ask your patient, contract his muscle slightly, and change needle position, looking for another motor unit action potentials. You may pause analysis support, clicking on the averaging button, but software still collect an average signal. It's a small life hack. So then, let's go on, unclick this button again, and here we have additional motor unit action potentials. I don't like last one, and click OK to save them. The next step is a interference pattern estimation. Click F4 button on the device, and we switch to the interference pattern mode. During interference pattern recording, ask your patient contract his muscle with different force. Let's start with the small force. Click OK to save this. One more recording with the medium force. With the medium force, click OK to save curve with the medium force, and one more time with the maximal contraction. Yeah, and click to save them. You may perform more than 3 tries, for example, one more time, and here you can see dots in a cloud and a spare space. Ask your patient to contract his muscles more or less to fill this space with the dots. Okay.
For those who are not familiar with turn amplitude analysis, it's a very useful feature, especially for those who are not used to analyze with their eye. Basically, احنا عارفين ان الميوباثيك موتور يونت potentials بيبقوا فيها early recruitment وبيبقوا small amplitude. ف anything outside the box, the cloud دي from preset data. Anything outside towards this side is myopathic. اي حاجه هتبقى low frequency يعني low turns يعني reduced recruitment و high amplitude هتبقى neurogenic. The chronic neurogenic will be out of the cloud towards this side, and the myopathic will be out of the cloud on this side. So this makes EMG even easy for those who are beginners or amateurs.
The sweep speed for this track interference pattern is
Sweep speed and gain. Sweep speed and gain set it automatically, but you can change sweep speed and gain with the joystick. And also, if you want to change default settings, go to the test template settings and sweep speed, right and left sweep speed, upwards and downwards gain. This works in each techniques. This one works as well. So we've done with the recording analysis, and let's thank our patient for his volunteering. Eject needle. Okay. And let's start post-production.
I have only one comment on the motor unit action potential. We can choose the motor unit action potential while monitoring the screen, and even after saving the screen, by having the screen for the motor unit cascades that have been recorded with right click, it will give me whether to choose or decompose the motor units to choose after saving the wave. Even if
Yeah.
the machine automatically didn't choose one of them, I can choose from the right side. You can.
Yeah. We have two different algorithms for motor unit action potential extraction. One of them is an online analysis, and the second one is a map decomposition. I will show. So let's start with the spontaneous activity. Let's look at our waveforms, our curves. I could hardly see any spontaneous activity right there. And if you want to add spontaneous activity curve to your report, with the left mouse button, select an area, click right mouse button, and mark fragment for the report. Then you can change size of this fragment. You may add different fragments from different waveform curves. And so on. You may remove any fragment if you don't want to see it in the report. And then you have to fill interpretation table. Is there any fibrillation potential? Okay, no. Is there any positive sharp waves? You told me yes. Okay, let it be. Okay, let it be. 2 pluses, because positive sharp waves will be found in 3 different points. Then, is there any fasciculation potentials? No. Okay, that's done. Proceed to motor unit action potential analysis and look at them. Software automatically set markers, but sometimes software may be wrong and set markers in correct way manually. Drag a marker to the onset and to the offset of motor unit action potential. If you are not too sure where the marker of onset or offset should be placed, you may you may do double mouse click, left button, and here you can see a window with the averaged signal with the superimposed motor unit action potentials and each separate motor unit action potential. Here you can see 28 motor unit action potentials are averaged, and all 28 separate motor unit action potentials you may see here. Also, you can change gain and sweep speed right there. And dragging these markers or these red lines, you may set onset and offset of motor unit action potential. Also, removing. Also, if some signal, if some additional motor unit action potentials interfere you may remove it with double clicking. If you want to remove lots of motor unit action potential in such an area, click Shift on the keyboard and select area. And then click Exclude Selected out of analysis. Now it disappears. And baseline becomes more pure. Close the window and do this procedure with each of 20 motor unit action potential. If you want to see averaged and native motor unit action potentials at the same time, click on this icon, and here you can see in gray each separate motor unit action potential. Clicking on the zoom button, you may look at the native trace, native curves. Gain and sweep speed works here again. And sometimes you may see that software missed some of the motor unit action potential. You may add them manually as a new motor unit action potential. Just click on the Alt on the keyboard and click the left mouse button on this waveform. And software suggests you copy as a new maps as a unique motor unit action potentials, or copy into a cell with the best matching. With the best matching, like in this case, it's motor unit number 2, which has a best matching. Okay, we can copy this map as a new one. And here you can see this has been added into a new cell. Then we have to answer several questions. Does move amplitude is normal, or increased, or decreased, or we didn't collect any motor unit action potential from this muscle? I guess it's normal. Motor unit action potential duration, increased, decreased, or no motor unit action potential collected. And the stage of motor unit action potential polyphasity. Then go to the next mode, interference pattern mode. Look at this waveform, look at this traces, and making conclusion if interference pattern normal, spaced, or not recruited, and so on. Then you have data about spontaneous activity, interference pattern, and motor unit action potential duration and amplitude. So then you are ready to make a conclusion regarding muscle pattern. Is there any neurogenic or myogenic evidence, or this is a normal muscle? Okay. In case of recruitment pattern, you also may drag mouse, select area, click right mouse button, and mark this area for the report. This one, and this one, for example. And go to the start page of QEMG. Now you can see in spontaneous activity we have 2 traces, 9 motor unit action potentials, and 4 traces of interference pattern. All plots with the MOB duration or MOB duration amplitude graph turn amplitude analysis with a normal value cloud and different motor unit action potentials parameter, individual motor action potentials parameter, amplitude, duration, square area, and lots of different indices. Here you can see mean, MOB parameters, duration, and amplitude, and our table of interpretation, which we already filled. So that's all about QMG. Not so hard.
Okay, you done?
I think so.
Yes. Thank you very much. We have concluded the first part, introduction to nerve conductions and EMG, and first-hand experience from our Neurosoft experts. لو عايزين ترجعوا للي هو قاله في السوفت وير في اي حاجه تفاصيل، المحاضره دي لايف ستريمد وهتبقى موجوده على اليوتيوب. لو حد عايز يرجع لاي جزء عشان يعرف كان بيعمل ايه او بيجيبها ازاي، هيلاقيها ان شاء الله موجوده على اليوتيوب وما فيش اي مشكله خالص. كوفي بريك دلوقتي، استاذنكم يعني تتفضلوا، وربع ساعه ان شاء الله ونرجع نعمل بقى الهاندز اون على كل الاجهزه بتاعت مايكروسوفت بالتفصيل الممل يعني جربوها فيرست هاند اكسبيرينس.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait a minute, please. I'd like to add about decomposition. Sometimes software is not able to extract motor unit action potential because patient may contract his muscle too high with lots of force, and we have a full interference pattern of motor unit action potential. So software doesn't suggest you any individual motor unit action potentials during the online analysis. In this case, you may record this full trace, look at this trace, click on the right mouse button, and pick up MOB decomposition. Decomposition. In this case, a different algorithm of MOB decomposition works and suggests you a bit more motor unit action potentials waveforms. So you also may include them or exclude them and click OK to add them into our curve viewer and include them into analysis.
I have a comment. Anyone can choose what will be represented in the report. Not all these data are represented. Almost the spontaneous activity, the selected motor units will appear with its parameters on the table, and the interference pattern, all these will appear. But the monitor for the motor units won't appear unless I'm asked to put it again inside the report. Okay? Second, when applying the basic for the interference pattern, it will show up the summation of the parameters in a dotted graphs. I can transform it to a table for if I'm doing a research for quantitative EMG assessment better. By right click on this, it will change to a table, and the table can be more and more applicable for statistical analysis, more and more for a research purpose.
Yeah, okay. And all tables can be set as you want. You can change columns, you can add columns, you can remove columns you don't need. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So let's have a break.
Thank you for your elegant presentation.
Thank you.
I hope
Thank
I'm
you for.
not to be a silly one, but I'm using this machine for more than 7 years.
Thank you. Me either.
Question?
حلها بسيط جدا. بص احنا المايك لو
مفيش حد. ما هو قاعد واحد قاعد على اللاب مثلا.
هو اللي قاعد على اللاب ده هو اللي قاعد.
انا بقى ممكن اخلي
مش
بس
هيأثر
هيأثر في الليتنسي.
ولا هيأثر في الليت، لا هيأثر.
هيأثر في الليتنسي.
هيأثر
ما
في
انا قصدي
الليتنسي، كلامك
بكده.
صح. تمام، عشان كده هو عايزك تقيس بعد مش قبل.
ما هو بعد انا قست على ده 6
صح، ان احنا ماشيين تبع شابيرو ستاندردايزد. حاجه تانية من الحاجات اللي احنا بنشوفها في الشغل، طول ما هو كان شغال كان عنده مشكله كبيره قوي، ان هو هي واز بريسنج اول ذا تايم. في دكتور ايديه خفيفه، في دكتور ايديه تقيله. الايديه التقيله ده اللي هو ماسك قابض على ده وما بيحركوش. لا، انت المفروض ان انت
وقت
وقت ما انت تشتغل
يعني
هتضغط.
تحديدا المفروض ما نضغطش اصلا في السنسوري.
حتى لو انا هحطه، بس انا على الاقل بركز. في ناس بتبقى مركزه ايه، انا دلوقتي خلاص عملت ستيميليشن وانا بعمل اهوت بحسب الديوريشن، بحسب كذا بحسب كذا، هي متكيه وهي مش واخده بالها. فده بيبقى مور اند مور بين. تمام، فده مش صح. ايوه.
والحاجه الثانيه برضه لاحظت ان هو في السنسوري
رفع الستريت بقى. انا بالنسبه لكم بقى اكتر منه شويه. بص يا سيدي،
طب دكتور تعالى حضرتك اقعدي مكاني.
طب هات
اتفضلي.
هات الكرسي وتعالى جنبي.
ماشي حاضر. خدي بقى ده حضرتك.
حاضر عينيا، حاضر. انت بتدبسني. حاضر حاضر عينيا الاثنين يا ابني. حاضر.
يعني في السنسوري هو كان جايب على حاجه و20 الانتنسيتي. المفروض ما نرفعش.
بصي، هو الجهاز ده جهاز خفيف الحمد لله، يعني الانتنسيتي بتيجي من بدري.
يعني
تمام. انا هنا علشان اعرف بس الحاجات اللي موجوده فوق دي. في لو احنا قفلنا، هقفل الماشين كلها سيف. تمام، عشان نعرف البروسيس بتاعت الماشين كلها على بعضها. بفتح ده شورت كات بتاعه. ماشي، اتفتح النيوروسوفت. النيوروسوفت هيجيني ده الاساسي بتاعه. نيو اكزام، كاستمايز تيست تمبلتس. لو انا عايزه ادخل على حاجه تمبلت اكزit هطلع بره زي دول. احنا دخلنا على نيو اكزام خلاص. هدخل النيم، السكس، والبيرث ديت، وده اقل داتا مطلوبه. يعني انا لو دخلت، لا انا لو دخلت ده ميل وقلت اوكي، مش هيديك الايدج، بس مش هيوقف التست. مثلا في حاجات تانية زي نيهون كودن مثلا مش هيقبل يمشي البروسيس كلها الا لما ترجع، لازم تكمل كله. تمام.
يعني نيهون عادي. عادي
نشتغل عادي، مش لازم ندخل.
اصلا لو ما دخلتيش اسم العيان هيشتغل.
لا يا ربي، ثواني. النيوروفيرك. النيوروفيرك الالماني هو ده اللي فيه مشكله بالنسبه للبيرث ديت. لو ما دخلتيهوش يعمل لك ايرور احمر. طب
ايه فايده
هنا انت دلوقتي انا بعمل رسم عصب ليا انا عندي 80 سنه، والدكتوره فاطمه عندها 30 سنه. وانا الامبليتيود بتاع السنسوري بتاعي لقيته عندي 5 ولقيته عند دكتوره فاطمه 15. تمام. مين فينا نورمال؟ الاثنين نورمال، بس this is normal for my age. لان
yes you like it.
okay. I was telling them
distance from the stimulating to the recording.
the distance calculation before or after starting or having the motor or
ببلاش في ايه؟ في فلوس هتدفع. يا منين بقى؟ استني بقى.
بعمل stimulating another zone. دوس على
تدوخ على الستيموليتنج، يبقى انا كده عدلتها خلاص كده بس. يبقى انا لو انا اخترت تشينج السايت غلط هنا، عشان بنقول لكم كذا مره يعني الجهاز في حته تانية هيطلع معايا. خلاص رحت الاول بنفتح الامبيدنس just to check what about the contact of the any electrodes and then a little bit increased. Professor Starberg Kimura from 7 to stimulate any sensory start from 7. يعني دايما نبداها، انت بتبدا عندك هنا من 10 من 10 from 10، فارفع جراديوال ليه؟ to not over stimulate another nerve. دي مهمه قوي قوي قوي. دايما يقول لك ايه، والعيان انت تخيل انت اديته له 25 هيسيبك ويجري، فهو لا يعني من الصح ان انت تشتغل كده. فخلاص احنا عملنا كده اهو يا دكتور، وان سنجل يا دلع. بس انت بقى ايه، انت ايوه كده. بص بقى، بصي ليه بقى؟ if we have a way from wrong بص ايه اللي حصل؟ لو دايما انت جاي عليه on the normal very good response and then average insertion. يا بص بقى هنا مفيش اي contamination، يعني ما عندكش موتور ارتفاكت، طالع زي الفل. فده احلى حاجه تعمليه، واحلى ما تقعديش تخنقي نفسك بالايه، بالسناب باكس. This is a very nice response not contaminated. motor sensor radial. الراديال I'm getting the radial from the extensor indicis proprius just above the styloid process for finger breath like this, and then this is at the muscle, and this is at the bone itself, just 2 finger to stimulate at the اتنين. لا هو انت محتاج اتنين اهو، اتنين اهو صباع. ليه بقى؟ انت مش محتاج الديستال هنا في حاجه، لان النيرف اصلا ديستال هنا الريديال ما بيحصلوش انترابمنت، لكن هنا انت مضطريه، انت جاست هنا عشان تو تيك ذا سي ماب تو كومبير وات اباوت ذا شوتس. الريديال بيتزنق فين؟ يا ريديال تانل هنا، يا عند الايه سوباينيتور ارش، خدت بال حضرتك؟ لكن عمره الديستال متزنق هنا. فدي حته من حته الكريتيكال، فهديها بقى ايه ان ذا ميدل، اور بقى هطلع لاترال لبره. فهنشوف الاول هنا بس وبريس بقى ريديال موتور يا باشا. لا اضربي، دوسي يا دكتور، ده العكره. هو الانسان الحلو انت بقى هتجيبي بقى احسن. دوسي بقى برضه بريشر شويه يا دكتور، لا بريشر شويه. دايما يقول لك كيمورا ايه، لوك تو تويتش، يعني انا بصي لازم يحصل معايا حركه. بص بقى ايدك، شوفي عامل ازاي، شوفي عامل ازاي، يطلع لك زي الفل. دايما التاني يقول لك عشان تعرف ده حلو ولا وحش، شوف هو بيتحرك معاك ولا لا. فانت لو جاي على حاجه ما بتتحركش مش هيديلك ريسبونس، هو بيكهرب العيان but there is no any movement. دي تريكي. بعد كده بقى اللعبه بقى في ده بقى البروكسيمال. لا مش السبايرال. انت عندك اول حاجه الديستال قد البو قد سبايرال. البو بقى بيجي لك الريديال تانل ده واحده، فالريديال تانل هنا في الحته دي كده. شوفي بقى هتجيبيها ولا لا، وهقول لك التكايه اللي بعديها دي كده الريديال تانل. لا ده كده دايما يبقى باصص هنا. the action potential start from the negative toward the active النيجاتيف. فبحط دي كده وفيرم بريشر ليتل بيت. دوسي بقى يا دكتور، شايفه؟ نقعد بقى ندعبس عليه. لا دوري انت بقى عليه، وهقول لك بقى التكايه اللي احنا بنعملها. لا ما انت هتدوري بقى عليه، خدت بالك؟ بس هو هيبقى في الحته دي، ما جاش هنا انا هقول لك انا بعمل ايه. ما هو كده مش جايبه حلو، صح؟ ريدال تانل. طيب بص بقى احنا بنجيبها ازاي. يقول لك الميد بوزيشن this is the biceps tendon and this is the brachioradialis just هنا. حط بقى هنا، شوف بقى هتيجي معاك ازاي. حط ما بين البريكورادياليس والبايسبس تندون. لا ازاي؟ لا حط، هو ماله؟ لا ما حط. بص يا دكتور، حط دي ما تتكسفيش. اضرب يا باشا، شايفه؟ ده يجي معاك عريان. اضربي زود كده، شايف؟ بصي اي خدمه ده بس اكسب اي خدمه. هو ده القصه. يبقى انا بتجيبها ايه فيري ديب ما بين البروك ده يجي لك 100%، ما تقعدش تدور عليها بقى في حاجه. ده عندنا ستالبرج، ده الاجانب. مش حد من روسيا هنا. يا عم صلوا على النبي يا عم، احنا جايين بس عشان نشوف الناس الحلوه دي. والله العظيم امسكي يا دك، ما تكسفيش. في ايه انت دكتوره؟ في ايه؟ دوسي بقى. ايوه انت كده قوي. ايوه لا افعصيه بقى ناحيتي. بس هو احنا متفقين ان ايه، الاكتف ناحيه الاكتف كده، واضغطي بقى كده 100 100. اضغطي بقى اضغطي. صح، اضغطي. لا اضغطي، بصي صح. الله ينور عليك، بس اضغطي، انت بعيده برضه. ايوه كده. اضغطي بقى ضغط حلو. كسفيش يا دوك في ايه؟
حاسس بالنرف بتاعي.
ايه دلعك 100 100. سلمني نضيفه سلمك نضيفه. بصي بقى تعرفي ازاي ان ده كويس؟ بص اللينير تشينج، يعني بص الريبولاريزيشن ده مع ده لينير. لو انت قوي هتلاقيه نون لينير بعيد، يبقى انت جاي من حته ثانيه. يبقى دي تركايه. هتيجي بقى بعد كده السبايرال جروف، خلينا بقى ايه، هو تحت الدلتويد تيوبريك ليتل بيت هتجي في الحته دي، وكانك راكبه حصان، يعني يقول لك كانك راكب حصان كده بالظبط. اضغطي بقى يا دوك، اضغطي قوي بقى، اضغطي بقى قوي. دوري لي عليه، انت كده بعيده شويه. ايوه. لا بعدنا، بعدنا. الله ينور باشا مصر. ايه رايك؟ سينكرون لا مش زي الفل. ما بقيناش الا اخر تكايه بقى اللي هي ايه؟ كوندكشن فيلوسيتي. هدخل مزوره هجيب كوندكشن فيلوسيتي. احنا بنحتاج البروكسيمال بارت، ما بنحتاجش ده قوي. يعني دايما الدكتوره انت تقول لك ايه الهدف ان الليتن الكوندكشن فيلوسيتي هو الامبليتيود اللي هو هنا كارثه.
عايزينهم يورونا ازاي بيقيسوا الاف ويف والامبليتيود والام ويف والريشيو ما بينهم، الامبليتيود ريشيو ما بينهم، الجهاز نفسه هو اللي بيقيسه.
الجهاز ده بيطلع
الاف ام ريشيو؟ مين اللي بيقول هناك؟ يعني بيقولوا يعني
فاسالونا كده خليه يورينا.
يا بليز.
الديكونتامينيشن للسنسور
مش فاهم انت عايز ايه؟
الديكونتامينيشن للسنسور انا طالع منه اللي كان حضرتك قلتها معلش مش
السنسوري في السوبرفيشال ريديال انت ممكن تجيبه هنا صح؟ وتحط الدنيا دايما بره. خدت بالك؟ واهو يبقى انا بسجله من على السناب بوكس. حلو. بس هو المشكله ان الفيرست دورسال انتروسي مي بي اكتيفيتد ان سم بيرسونز ويدخل عليا ريموت بوتنشال. فعشان استبعد دي اسجل من الايه؟ من الباك اوف ذا ثumb. ما هو نصه من ورا ريديال ونصه من قدام ميديال. فده احلى واحد، وتجيب هنا 12 سم، ده كده بيورلي نون كونتامينيتد، فده حلو قوي. ستالبرج يحبه ده قوي. كنت تشوف الواد الصايح عايزه بقى بيقول لك ايه بقى في الاثبات ده؟ انت عايز الاف ام ريشيو مش كده؟ طب ما هو بيطلع اوتوماتيك.
لازم في حاجه بتعملها
طب استني الاف هنا، بقول لك بيطلع لك اوتوماتيك والله. اف ام امبليتيود ريشيو.
انا ما كنتش عارف هو موجود.
لا هو بيطلع اوتوماتيك، بس هو هقول لك حاجه، انت عايزه في ايه؟ انت عايزه في ايه؟ الاف ام ريشيو في السباستيستي ما بنحبهاش في الاف، لانها بيورلي موتور. انت بتاكسايت الموتور تو جين شوك فروم 1 ل 5% فروم ذا الفا موتور نيورون. ده اتش ام از مور. يعني دايما الدكتوره نجلاء حتى جاب لنا عندهم
بيستخدموها بتوع عين شمس.
لا اتش ام. الدكتوره نجلاء انا عارف الاسكادو انا بعمله. الاتش ام اوقع في السباستيستي لان المير اكسايتابل اريا ات ذا سنسوري. يعني دايما العين بتاع السباستيستي الاوفر سنسور ستيميوليشن يديني موتور ايفوكت عالي. فالاتش ام هو العجيبه بتوصل لكام؟ انا عامل بحث، عاملين بحث عندنا في جامعه مصر في ان احنا بنقيس السباستيستي مع دكتور حاتم سمير 0.75%. فكل ما الرقم ده يعلى 0.9 مثلا يبقى انا عندي الفليكسور كارب. يعني هقول لك حاجه، هقول لك لعبه حلوه هم ما عرفوهاش. يس بليز لوك. احنا هنجيب اتش ريفلكس دلوقتي منين؟ من الفليكسور كارب راديالس. محدش بيعملها دي.
عندك مزوره؟ كان في حد جايب مزوره اهي.
اكيد في مزورة.
ناخد المزوره دي طيب معانا واحنا ماشيين ولا ايه؟ دي وحشه قوي. ايه ده؟
ايه مالها؟
مش حلوه خالص.
سميتها دي يعني؟
لا ناشفه كمان مش فلكسبل. ده ديليت رايت كليك ولا ايه؟
رايت ديليت تريس. ايوه
او كنترول والديليت على طول من طيب الديستنس بتتكتب فين؟ الديستنس فين؟
هو بيبقى كاتبها لك اوريدي بس لو انت عايزه
ايوه طبعا. طب هو كتبها كده بناء على ايه؟
لو حضرتك دوست F2 لو عملنا F2 هي دايركت على الديستنس يعني اهو نكتب بقى الديستنس على طول.
اوكي. وهنا كمان انا لما جيت دوست هنا طلع لي نفس الكلام.
ده ايه ال1
مش عارفه 2 ايه بس ال1 جاب لي على الديستنس. بس ممكن اعدلها من هنا على طول.
اوكي عشان العكس.
لا بتروح على اللي بعديها.
ده كده ده حلو قوي.
ده لطيف جدا على فكره. وفكره ان هو بيتنقل ده لطيفه قوي.
هي دي اهم حاجه.
بس خدي بالك برضه يا دكتور ان هو بالكي قوي على انك حتى لو الاستيميليتور قريب بالكي قوي على انك تحطيه على طفل. يعني الطفل بحس ان انا عايزه حاجه تملكه فببقى حاطه وماسكه الاستيميليتور بتاعي ده بالكي قوي. يعني لو استيميليتور صغير اصلا هيبقى افيشنت اكتر بكتير من ده. هو ده سهل بانك مش محتاجه ترجعي للجهاز كتير. انت شو طلع جزء القديم هو كان شكله عامل كده.
كان في برضه زرار كده.
ايوه. طب فين الاف ويف بتاعه؟ مظبوط على 10 تريسز ولا ايه؟
والله هو ده بتاعه من الديمو مش عارف هو
هنا ده كده 40.
يا لهوي. والحاجات دي كلها سيتنجز انا اقدر اظبط فيها اللي انا عايزاه.
اعملها ستاندرد بس ده عشان جهازه من الديمو.
سيرفيس اي ام جي نعمل. نعمل. قوي قوي. لو احنا ما نقدرش نظبط السيتنجز بتاعه الجهاز نفسه ان احنا نعلي ده روسي بقى كان مش هعرف. ما نقدرش نظبط السيتنجز نفسه ان احنا نكبر السكرين شويه. مش من الجهاز مش من السوفت وير بتاع البروجرام. سوفت وير الويندوز.
غالبا عشان هو اللابتوب
ممكن من زوم كده بشكل عام.
كان ديسك توب بقى وليه شاشه كبيره
بس هي مش فاهمينها.
فعلا بتعذب وانا بشتغل. انا بتعذب وانا بشتغل فعلا.
لا انا اعجبت بالاف ام ريشيو دي.
ممكن نعمل حاجه ثانيه احسن. ممكن نعمل زوم ونظهر بس هنظهر جزء وهنخفي جزء. لو حبينا نعمل زوم بشكل عام.
لا خلاص فين الاي ام جي؟
الاي ام جي الكوانتيتيف اي ام جي.
ايه؟
ايوه
هنا في الكوانتيتيف اي ام جي.
ايوه
اختار بقى منه. كده بقى الأربعة أو من هنا. Not needed.
سيرفيس.
by touch electrodes.
بس على انهي channel؟
أيوة.
Yes I know we're just بس يعني demonstrating them.
هنا اهي channel
1 يعني هو مظبوط. طب ايه اشغله ازاي؟
بندوس على اللي هو بنريكورد منه عادي.
This simulator? Oh, you need it?
No.
No? I show it to
كده تقطع الكاب.
اشغلها ازاي؟ اشوف التريس ازاي؟
بندوس اللي هو بنريكورد منه.
طيب ريح بطل صغيرة قوي. ستوب من فين؟ ثانية واحدة.
طب هاتي ده كده
من هنا اهو.
هو من هنا من الزراير يعني.
ومن هنا كمان.
من
البوز وبعدين اكسبت بالاوكي.
اللي بتسيب بتدوس عليه اوكي.
كده سيفت.
احنا كده هنا بس كونتينيوس. انت عايزه عشان تاخدي
الام جي جايدد.
اوكي.
بيبقى بس اي ام جي بيبقى صوت وفي تشانل هنا بتظبطي بس لو عايز تعملي الالكتريكال ساعات بيحقنوا بالستيميوليشن تشوف الاكشن
ايوه
فيعني ده لطيف برضه مش وحش.
ظريف
كام ده صح؟
يا باشا امر بس
ما تاخديش منه اي كلمه مفيده.
هاتي عشان لو عايزه تشوفي ازاي بتجيبي الموتور يونتس عشان انت
ازاي
كده
بقى نعمل
واقفه.
سelection؟
لا ما انت هاتي الموتور يونت بقى عشان احنا كده واقفين على سبونتينيوس.
ماشي، انا كنت بشوف حاجه تانية بس اوكي.
كنترول وكليك.
هو قال الت ولا
الت معلش.
بتكتيفيت ازاي؟ اوكي
هنبدا. لا اللي هو اللي بنركب
بلاي.
احنا كده بنشوف البيز لاين. هنبدا نركب.
ارفع صباعك لفوق. طب خلاص توقف ميتنج هنا.
نأكسبت اوكي.
ممكن تبقى سايلنت خالص.
فين الاوكي ده؟ الموبايل غالبا اللي بيعمل. طب فين التريس بقى نفسه؟ هو
كده
كده
ما اختارش اي جروب، فاحنا نرجع دي للرو داتا نختار منه.
فين الرو داتا؟
هي دي
هي دي
تدوسي بقى عليهم، تدوسي اللي هو الت دوت وتوقفي ليفت كليك. ايوه.
طب فين التريس الكبير؟ الكاسكيد.
دي كده بنقلها.
طب فين الاناليسيس بتاعت الموتور يونت؟ ثانيه واحده وليه مش
هو اول ما بنسلكت
اول زرار ولا ايه؟
هو بعدين بيجيب الاناليسيس.
دوسي عليها بقى رايت كليك. ايوه اكتبي
نقول
بقى
لك
كوبي.
وليه كوبي؟ مش هو كده كده طالما انا علمت
عشان
عليها وقفت
ياخدها
عليها
هنا
ياخدها؟
بقى كفاميلي ويجيب لها الاناليسيس بتاعتها.
كده لازم تحطيها كوبي عشان يحطها لك كده.
تمام كده يبدا يجيب بقى الاناليسيس بتاعتها.
الشاشه دي مش ممكن نجيبها على الداتا شو تكبر؟
هو هنا مفيش شاشه للاسف.
انا واقف مش شايف بصراحه اي حاجه.
للاسف هنا مفيش شاشه. الشاشه اللي هنا
اوكي. الفول اناليسيس بقى بتاع الفول اناليسيس بتاعتهم فين؟ هم معمولين هنا اوريدي.
معمولين هنا اوريدي.
احنا برضه
الامبليتيود لو حضرتك عايز تظبط حاجه منهم
احنا كنا الاول بنقف في الاول قبل ما نعمل ناخدهم واحده واحده، كنا بندوس رايت كليك وبتدوسي بتعملي موتور يونت ديكومبوزيشن.
موجود بوتون كده لوحده المانوال.
هو ممكن ياخدهم
هو
دولت،
ممكن
هو
أوتوماتيك.
لقطهم دولت لوحدهم. لو هو ما لقطش حاجه بقى
لو ما لقطش
بنعمل
بقى
احنا المانيوال
في
ده.
مسطره كده بتيجي بتقيس بيها
طب والكلاسيفيكيشن دي بتعمل ايه؟
ايه كلاسيفيكيشن؟
يعني لو دوسنا رايت كليك
مسطره
رايت كليك
لاين كده بيجي فوق ولاين تحت ولاين في
كلاسيفيكيشن
كبار وصغيرين يعني قصده؟
مش عارف
ده عشان ايه بقى؟
كده عشان يطلعوا.
لا ممكن اسال.
انت بتقعد تلعب بقى.
ما اعتقدش موجوده
ولو
هنا.
انا عايز قرايه موتور يونت واحده، يعني انا عايز اشوف كل واحده البارامترز بتاعتها
اهي
ايه.
اول واحده اهي. هي دي مش واحده واحده؟
هسالك فيها
لا
برضه.
بيعملهم المين بياخد المين بتاعه بيحطهم كلهم على بعض.
طب استنى.
شيلي ده، اعملي اكس على ده عشان تشوفي الجدول. ايوه
ممكن الجدول نحركه حتى عادي.
ايوه ده هنا بقى هيجيب لك هنا هو ده اللي بيهمني. انا بشيل التانيين عشان هو ده اللي بيهمني.
طيب فين الاناليسيس اوف سنجل موتور يونتس؟ يعني ده هو كده حاسب المين بتاعهم فعلا، الاول قد كذا، السنجل بقى بتاعهم فين؟ ولا هما الاثنين دول يا عمر؟
ما هم دول.
طب استنى، يعني انا لو حطيت واحده ثالثه هيطلعها لي.
هيجيبها الثالثه معاهم.
استنى مش مطلعها.
هتلاقيها اتحطت هنا.
الت وندوس عليه.
اهي مثلا وهعمل لها.
ايوه هروح ازودها لك هنا.
فين؟
اهي زودها اهو.
مزودهاش.
اول واحده اهي.
لا اول واحده دي
الاول بتاعتها. خلينا نشوف واحده ثانيه.
زودها. هما كانوا اثنين بس.
ثانيه واحده اهي، هما ثلاثه هم دلوقتي. طلع لي الاول، بيطلع البوليفيزيك والنورمال وما بيطلعش السنجل. طب بص هتلاقيها اكستندد. استنى هو قالها وهو شغال على فكره.
نعمل ديكومبوزيشن
لا ده دي اللي هي بتظبط.
ودي شو افريج.
طب دوسي دبل كليك عليها. انا كنت بعملها بس بنسى. ايوه
بس لا هو فين الجدول اللي بيبقى شايف كل حاجه بتاعتها؟ هو انا فاهمه قصد عمر، فين الجدول اللي بيبقى موجود فيه كل الموتور يونتس واحده individual الديوريشن امبليتيود والفيزز بتاعتها؟
هو ده بيجيب لي كل واحده اللي انا
ايوه بس دي انا لازم ادوس عليه.
انا بدوس
دي لما
على
انا
كل موتور يونت.
بالزبط.
هي بقى عايزين يبقى في جدول شامل كل كل الموتور يونت.
كانك تعملي اكسبانشن للجدول ده.
استاذن حضرتك
اهي انتربريتيشن. ثانيه واحده ده اهو.
ايوه
اهي اهو
عشان بنعمل لها
اللي هي بارامترز مش الانتربريتيشن. الانتربريتيشن هو اللي لكن البارامترز هنا هو جابها لك واحده واحده، الاريا والامبليتيود والديوريشن فيزز. انت ممكن تظبط حاجات دي، تتظبط في السيتنجز ان هي تبقى هي دي الديفولت.
هم ديمو، ده جهاز ديمو بتاعه، فاحنا مش ظابطين عليه الكلام ده. اوريدي لما بنجيب الجهاز نسطبه
بقى انا قصدي
بس انا ما بيطلعليش موتور يونتس على الجهاز بالشكل ده.
نعم
تطلع ايه؟ نويز يعني قصدك؟
ما بيطلعوش بالجمال
ده كمان سيرفس.
ايوه
ده كمان سيرفس
يعني بالنيتد ما بيطلعوش كده.
لا طب لما يجي حد مع حضرتك يبقى قولي له عليه.
مهندس اسلام عايزين نسمع صوت
بيطلعوا بالطريقه دي بالسلاسه دي
في صوت
وبالسيرفس كمان،
بس صوته ما هوش قوي.
ده ما كانش حد غلب بامانه.
الكواليتي بتاعته بصراحه باين شكلها احسن.
بيرفورم هيد ال ام جي
اهو دكتور وي نيد تو هير ذا فويس
اهو الصوت اهو، اسمعوا.
قرب بس عشان تسمعه.
ارفع.
Yeah, it has voice, but it's
اسمع.
I don't see, I don't hear.
وعدوا هنا اهي شغاله.
Yeah, it has.
The sound of the laptop.
Yeah.
سنجل لوحدهم ويجي عند بعض 10 اصلا مش هيبقى ستيج.
يعني تديها كل واحده بايدك.
يعني مثلا حضرتك السولز دلوقتي في ايدك؟
ماشي. ده الريبليكيتيف عشان انا عامله كاونت، بس السنجل هدوس انا بقى سنجل 10 مرات.
لو دوست ال 11 مش
هيدوس برضه. تمام جمعت قصدي. ماشي. ده كده الاف ويف. ازاي بقى يعني هو بيقيسها ازاي؟ يعني هو هيطلعها لي ازاي دلوقتي؟
هنا كي اف ماينس.
حضرتك اول حاجه بس بتبقى معانا هنا دي الاونس بتاعه الام ويف بتاعتي.
تمام.
دي الاونس بتاعه الاف ويف بعدلهم بس عشان لما اجي ابص على الليتنسي هنا بتاعه الام والليتنسي اف اقدر اميجرمنت صح.
ما هو مش مطلعها ايه اف ماينس ام.
ايوه هي
كده بتتعمل لوحدها.
ماشي اوكي.
بس لو الاونس يعني مثلا حضرتك دلوقتي انا الاونس بتاعت الاف دي رجعتها ورا قوي كده هتلاقي البارامترز اصلا بتتغير معايا فلازم يكون البوزيشن صح.
احنا النقط دي مجمعينها احنا بس عايزين نعرف ازاي نستخدم اللي احنا عارفينه بقى في ده.
عايزه اسال عن اي جي
الريبيتيتيف.
هو الريبيتيتيف ده الريبيتيتيف من هنا.
ماشي.
الريبيتيتيف ستيمولس اهي.
هنعمل ريبيتيتيف. بنسال الاف ويف فين بتتقاس ازاي؟ عادي طلعت عاديه جدا زي الجهاز عندنا. ارقام هنا هتلاقي الاف ليتنسي والام ليتنسي واف ماينس ام.
ممكن نجيبها دي البارامترز بتاعتي اللي تقدر تحسبها.
اوتوماتيك وعادي بتحركي
مجرد ما احنا بنحدد بس الانسد صح كده خلاص هو
بالظبط. مفيش اختراع.
حضرتك كده بتشتغل ايه؟
انا هوريها الريبيتيتيف. بصي الريبيتيتيف هنا ادي الاكتيف بروتوكول. احنا عاده بنشتغل 3 هرتز تمام 10 ستيمولس every 1 minute. راحت فين؟
ده هي متسجله
مش
كمان.
موجوده هنا، احنا متسجله عندنا 3 هرتز 10 ستيمولس every 1 minute.
ماشي.
مش موجوده هنا. ايوه احنا موجود في الجهاز الدمرداش، موجود فيه
الحاجات دي ممكن تضبط من تم
من احنا السوفت وير عندنا عشان احنا بنستخدم البروتوكول ده. ايوه
تمام.
3 هرتز 10 ستيمولس every 1 minute. تمام. وبتبداي تدي ستيمولس. اوكي. هو هيبتدي هو
سنجل بس.
سوري
احنا شغالنا دلوقتي
طب
ريبيتيتيف
معلش
كده.
ممكن نعمله؟
مش مشكله.
عندك مانع؟
مش هيك.
لا لا عنديش اي مانع.
انا بس عشان عايزه اعرف ازاي هحسبها في الاخر. هندوس احنا ممكن
هو كل 10 سكند بيدي امبلس.
هو بيدي لوحده يعني.
ايوه
ثابتين مكان
لو عايزه توقفي بروسيد. لو عايزه توقفي بتدوسي بروسيد هنا اهي.
ماشي خلاص.
بتوقفي بوز. خلاص لو انت خلاص انت مش عايزه حاجه تاني. خلاص هنا بيحسب شكل الديكريمنت، وهنا الامبليتيود الديكريس في الامبليتيود بيحسبه هنا from 1 to 2 او percentage.
تمام.
خلاص. وهنا from 1 to last احنا موجود عندنا في الدمداش في 1 to 5. اوكي. متظبطه عندنا في 1 to 5 بيطلع لك البرسنتج هنا. خلاص. وبيرسم لك شكل الجراف والكيرف هنا. اليو شيب اللي احنا بنقول عليها دي بيرسمها هنا.
ماشي تمام.
خلاص فهمتيها؟ بس انا بس اوكي كمل.
سؤال بقى، احنا عادي هو 1 مينت، فاحنا بنعمل اول مره بعدين نقول له يمسك يعمل الكونتراكشن ويعملها وبعدين 1 مينت.
في هناك في التخصصي متظبط على 3 هرتز 10 ستيمولس افري 1 مينت. اوكي. احنا بنعملها 3 او البروتوكول اللي انا بشتغل بيه واخدت يعني دكتور ناجيه اكسبتد ذيس بروتوكول، حتى دكتور هبه البروتوكول اللي انا بشتغل فيه 3. الاولاني انا بديه از بيز لاين. تمام.
تاني مره بعد اول.
تانية افتر اكسرسايز.
افتر اكسرسايز رايت افتر وبعد كده 1 مينت بعد الاكسرسايز.
1 مينت افتر اكسرسايز.
تمام ماشي.
بس فبيطلعوا لك الثلاثه هنا.
اوكي تمام.
احنا عشان نحسب ان في ديكريمنت اتليست لازم تبقى ريبيتيتيف. لو مش كده بضطر اعيدها في كذا مره.
ماشي.
اوكي. بس انا بقى سؤالي في الاي ام جي. اوكي. انا جبت الاي ام جي هنا اهو. اوكي. زي مثلا هشتغل البايسبس. اوكي.
انت كده تمام.
الرايت السبونتينيوس. انا عشان هنا مفيش احنا لما بنعمل مونيتور. لا مش
ايوه ده قصدي السوفت وير، ما انا بسال في السوفت وير.
انا عشان يعمل هو بس بيعمل سيف للجزء لغايه ما التايم ده يخلص. صح كده؟
لا انا اول مره برضه
الشرط يخلص عادي ممكن نكمل عليه.
ايوه بس كمل عليه ان انا ادوس هنا. لو ما دوستش هنا مش هيعمل سيف للحاجات اللي جت بعد كده.
لا عادي مجرد ما انا بسيف
منين؟ لا مش بتطلع.
ابدا اعمل تاني. لا سيف بعدها اهو.
ايوه بتسيب. ايوه اطلعها. ايوه انا اقصد ماشي سيف. لا احنا بيبقى عندنا مشكله في ايه؟ انا مثلا اهو هو ده
نيورو.
هو ده
ميب ولا
ايوه هو نيورو مايكرو.
لا مش المايكرو، الجهاز
اللي هو معاه
كيبورد. لغايه ما يخلص التايمر ده. لو ما دوسناش هنا ما بيعملوش سيف للحاجات دي. هو اعمل بقى. لا ما تدوسش دقيقه. هو ما بيسجلش بقى عندنا كله. سجل بس لغايه ما التايمر يخلص عشان اسجل الباقي. كل ما التايمر يخلص فدي كانت يعني او اكشولي كانت عامله لي مشكله. انا ما كنتش اعرف المعلومه دي، لان بعد كده لما بجيب موتور يونت بوتنشال لازم برضه تعملي لازم اعمل برضه كده عشان
بيقول لك ازاي تعمليها بالسوفت وير.
بس نرجع تاني اللي احنا كنا بنعمله.
زي مثلا
السوفت وير تضربه الدنيا.
تضربه؟
لا حكايه تمام.
زي مثلا الموتور يونت
شوفي
شايفين هنا اهو. تمام. لو عدى ده الموتور يعني ممكن العين في الاول ما بقاش كوبريتيف انه يديني الموتور يونت. بتظهر بعد ما التايمر اللي هنا ده يخلص. تمام.
يطلع الموتور بوتنشال لان هو في الوضع اللي هو خلاص بيبدا يطلع الموتور بوتنشال ببدا ادوس عليه.
ما هي الفكره في كده ان احنا
ستطمن الدكتور على حاجة. ده
سي
مش جلد، ده اللي لازم يتبل.
لا يتبل؟
الجلد التاني
تاني احسن. تاني احسن. اهو اهي لقيت ميه. احنا بس هنبقى محتاجين مناديل، نسرق اي علبة مناديل. نسرق ايه؟
مبسوط صراحه بالانتراكشن، كل واحد قاعد مع الجهاز كده يعني سيلف تيشنج. هو في بس الجهاز المهتم بالموتور ايفوك بوتنشالز والجهاز دي بس جديد، والدايجنوستيك بالذات دايجنوستيك موتور ايفوك بوتنشالز ممكن يشاركنا هنا في الناحيه دي المنتشر في الكورنر ده.
ده الموتور، ده الاس اس اي بي يا دكتوره؟
لا ده
tissue. تمام؟ So we can use it to stimulate brain areas or peripheral nerves. Okay? تمام. ايه بقى الفانكشنز اللي احنا بنعملها عادة؟ التي ام اس ده بيستخدموه diagnostic and therapeutic. The diagnostic applications لو عيان مثلا عايز اقيس السباينال كورد فانكشن او في الابر موتور نيورون، احنا الاي ام جي كله for assessment of the lower motor neuron. ال TMS is very useful in assessment of the upper motor neuron. تمام؟ So what are usually the parameters that are usually used diagnostically? Most common بنقيس حاجة اسمها الموتور threshold.
Central motor conduction
Central
time.
motor conduction time.
And map latency and amplitude.
And the map latency and amplitude as he said. Okay? How do we do this? احنا هنشوف دلوقتي ازاي هنقيس الموتور ايفوك بوتنشال latency وامبليتيود وثريشولد بالنيو تكنيك باستخدام السوفت وير وجهاز النيورو سوفت اللي هو الامبليفاير اي ام جي. وطبعا الميزه هنا ان احنا جهاز بيقبل تريجرات ممكن يتوصل باي جهاز اي ام جي عندك حتى لو ما عندكيش نيورو سوفت. والسوفت وير بتاع dedicated software for the TMS can measure the threshold automatically. Go on, Dr. Ellington.
Okay, thank you. Let's get started. The same software, like for EMG, but we created an TMS test. The same way, icon of transcranial magnetic stimulation, and choose the muscle which you want to investigate. I've chosen abductor pollicis brevis muscle, where it be left, abductor pollicis brevis muscle, and place electrodes in the same way with the same principle belly tendon to a muscle of abductor pollicis brevis. And don't forget about ground electrode.
Okay.
Can you?
ممكن يقرا.
بقلبه مع البي سي.
Actually, I don't need chair.
That's okay.
Not a problem. No problem. And before magnetic stimulating, you have to ask your patient about contraindications. Whether he has any metal part in his brain, on his head, any implants or electronic system, for example, ear implants. Okay. Have you ever had a seizures, epilepsy? No. And are you pregnant?
Of course no.
Of course, that's not funny. It's a real crucial question.
Are you? What did you say?
Pregnancy. So then, I'm gonna stimulate with magnetic pulse motor cortex C4 point, because over the C4 point, M1 zone, M1.
Do you consider crown as an implant?
Implants.
Are you considering a tooth implant as
Tooth,
a...
yes, as a crown.
Tooth implant is not a contraindication. Okay, that's good.
يبقى احنا بنتكلم على في الغالب في بي شانت او فيجل نيرف ستيميوليتر او بيس ميكر او what else stent.
No. Actually, pacemaker is not contraindication because distance is too high. 20 or 30 centimeters only is allowed.
10 centimeters?
20 or 30. 20, 30, like this. Okay, so pacemaker and cardiac implants, it's not an indication. Okay, I'm going to apply magnetic stimulus over a motor cortex where the upper motor neurons for left abductor pollicis brevis muscle are located. That's a C4 point in accordance to International 1020 system. So CZ here and C4 somewhere here. To be more accurate, I may use a ruler and measure distances between inner nasal and so on. But for a demo, it's not. That's enough. So then, can you see it a bit here?
Carry the mic for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But here.
This is a
figure of 8.
Figure of 8, but it's angulated عشان تبقى على الكيرف بتاع السكالب. لان هو بيقول لك ان الفيجر اوف 8 لما بيبقى فلات بيبقى فيه جزء مش بايت على السكالب، بيبقى كده. وفي حاجه بقى اسمها الاتش او دبل انجليتد فيجر اوف 8.
Oh, no, that's good. I can see. So, I place the center of coil where the magnetic field has the most powerful over C3 point, C4. It's
C4, yes.
Yeah, C3 here. And
هو
tangle.
ان احنا الطبيعي ان احنا بنستخدم المازوره وبنطلع السي 4 بال 1020 سيستم العادي اللي احنا عارفينه، وبنعلم على السي 4 واحنا بنحط البوينت اوف ماكسيمم كارنت اللي هي في الفيجر اوف 8 كويل بتبقى في السنتر اوف ذا كويل. You can show them the other side of the coil, please. Yes, هتلاقي this is the point of maximum stimulation.
Yeah, and tangle coil in 45 degrees to the central line.
هو بيقول ان البست stimulation بيبقى في البوسترو anterior ويبقى angulated. يعني لو انت عامل الكويل على 45 درجه كده غير لما يبقى معمول كده. فهو this gives the best stimulation to the motor cortex.
Okay, and then perform magnetic stimulation. Now we can see no response, no map. There is two reasons for this, because it's not a hotspot, so-called. It's not a motor cortex or stimulus intensity too low. We can find with this stimulus intensity another points, for example, here, here. Here.
Let me make it.
Yeah, increase the gain.
Yes, I'm sorry. me make it 50.
100 is enough, I guess.
Okay, 75.
Okay.
So between me and you.
So no responses.
Are
I'll
starting
see.
to show, yes.
Only noise. Only noise. So then increase stimulus intensity up to 5%. Yeah, that's right. We got a map, but let's look for the best map waveform, amplitude, and reproducibility. Try this one. Okay, that's better. No. Here. I think this is the best map in amplitude. So I fixed a holder, only one movement. And now I'm ready to. Pardon?
You ready to measure the threshold?
No. First of all, we have to find out motor threshold.
Yes.
And software can do it automatically. Go to the test. And threshold finding. Sorry.
From the other software, right?
No. Test.
Search
Searching of motor threshold. Yeah, this one. And here you can see a window with different settings. We may use fast or accurate algorithm. It's a different algorithm. Fast takes less time, but not so accurate as an accurate ones. Here you can see a range between 20 and 40 and 20 and 30%. A range between motor threshold will be searched. And what's map amplitude is considered to be a map. In accordance to TMS guidelines, map is a response that higher than 50 microvolts. But you may adjust it.
عشان بس يعني اوضح اكتر، هو اول حاجه احنا عملناها ان احنا طلعنا حاجه اسمها الهوت سبوت اللي هي اكتر نقطه تمثل الموتور كورتكس. احنا عملناها ازاي؟ عملنا ستيميوليشن في اللي عند بال 1020 سيستم على السي 4 ومشينا حواليها كده ان سيركلر دايركشنز لحد ما لقى motor threshold. يبقى هنا حقق قاس
not according to standard definition 5 out of 10.
5 out of 10? No, there's another algorithm that has been described in the same standard. Best path algorithm, if you know.
هو عامة هو بص حضرتك
5 out of 10 or 3 out of 6, it's for the manual method. Manual, yeah. But automatic, it's a mathematical algorithm, best path.
Did only 6 stimulations.
Only 6 stimulation because we used fast algorithm. And it's given us a 27.
ده اسمه الفاست algorithm. اللي انت بتتكلم عنه ده الاكيوريت. فهنا كل اللي هتعمله هتروح دايس هنا اكيوريت. فهو بدل ما هيقيس
And here you can see.
تعالى بص تعالى دكتور مصطفى. اللي انت قلت عليه 3 out of 6 انت بتقول له طلع لي
or 5 out of
6 او 2 out of فاهم قصدي؟
ده الاكيوريت.
ده الاكيوريت.
5
اللي احنا كنا عاملينه شويه اللي هو الفاست.
out of 10.
Okay. 5 out of 10. Now we can start search.
But it takes a lot of time.
It will take a lot of time. فاهم قصدي؟
One stimuli every 5 seconds.
احنا ممكن ده اكسبيرمنت حلو ان احنا هو في المره الاولى في الفاست
every 5
اللي هو خد ثانيتين يعني
every 3 I guess. Maybe every 5.
اللي هو 27%. فاحنا ممكن نشوف دلوقتي هيقيس لنا الموتور ثريشولد على كام؟ 27. طبعا زي ما انتم شايفين لما عملناه اكيوريت بياخد وقت اطول، بس هي دكتور مصطفى بيحب ايه يلتزم بيحب التفاصيل.
بس كل مره الاستيميشن كانت مختلفه كده عشان يكون 5 اوت اوف 10 ذا سيم انتنسيتي.
ما هو عمال يلف حواليها
هو كده المفروض يعمل مثلا 50 استيميشن.
يقلل
It fit in intensity and compare it.
يقلل الرينج شويه بشويه عمال يقلل الرينج.
So as you can see, accurate one takes a lot of time and lots of stimulus.
احنا بنخلي فرق ما بين الستيمولس والستيمولس على الاقل 4 ثواني. ليه؟ عشان مش الهابيتويشن، الفاسيليتيشن. لو خليناها قريبين بعض هيبقى في فاسيليتيشن ريسبونس فهيديني فاليوز فيريبل بالظبط كده. فانتوا لو حسيتوها هتلاقي بيدي فالس وبعد كده 1 2 3 4 فالس وبعد كده 1 2 3 4 فالس. ايوه بيناروا بقى اللي بيفاري فيها بالظبط.
So we can stop this because it may take us ages.
I think
If you want to use 5 out of 10 rules, it will be easier to
do it manually.
Do it manually, yeah. That was a facilitation. So it's already 35 stimulus.
ريح ايدك خالص يا حاتم.
Okay, just cancel it.
Yeah, better to stop.
Oh, escape.
Oh, sorry, finish.
30.
30. هو الصراحة 30 ل 27.
30, okay. 27 or 30.
اللي تشوفه يا دكتور مصطفى. ف ده اوتوماتيكي. شوف بقى انت عايز تقيس ايه تاني؟ cortical silent period.
So we find out what the motor threshold is, and then we may investigate motor evoked potential. In accordance to recommendations, motor evoked potential investigated at 170% in stimulus intensity out of motor threshold. So if motor threshold is 30%, then multiply 30 and 1.7.
Okay.
How many?
هو بيقول ان احنا لما بنيجي عشان نقيس الموتور ايفوكت
50?
51.
51. Okay.
latency and amplitude بنقيس ب 1.7 times الموتور ثريشولد. فاحنا جبنا فعشان يقيس الموتور ثريشولد latency وامبليتيود. فهو احنا دلوقتي حسبنا على 30 ف 1.7 هتبقى 51. فاحنا هنقيس بقى الموتور ايفوكت بوتنشال
Yeah, increase stimulus intensity up to 51.
So we'll do it to 51. وانا
Yeah,
بشكر
excellent.
مهندس حاتم على يعني انا عايز اعرف بقى مين المسؤول عن بونص عندكم في التقنيه. انت المسؤول عن بونص؟ طيب يبقى ادي نفسك بونص.
So at this stimulus intensity, we have to collect several motor evoked potentials, at least 5 or 6. Perform stimulation.
Yes.
Now we have a good one. Save this. One more time. More. Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay, now we have a 5.
لا it's not it's painless. ممكن نسأل حاتم.
Yes.
توجع؟
I have a TMG fraction.
Yeah, of course.
Every pulse I feel it.
It's a common situation. It's normal because magnetic field not only in the center but right here.
بتشغل التمبرال.
It moves it.
It's a direct muscle stimulation or facial nerve stimulation.
فاحنا كده قسنا بقى الام اي بي latency والام اي بي amplitude.
Now you have to choose among these 5 maps that has the lowest, the shortest latency. That has the lowest and shortest latency. Software do it automatically, and the second waveform you can see in bold.
Yes.
In bold, the best motor evoked potential with the shortest latency.
هو بيقول ان هو هنا جهاز ممكن يعرض لك اللي هو احسن واحده فيهم اللي هو best latency و best amplitude بحيث انك بتاخد the best one. We could also take the average of all, right?
Oh yeah.
You can take the mean latency and mean amplitude.
And look at the table. Here is the data. here is the values of latency and amplitude of each of map.
وكمان في حاجه لطيفه جدا ان جوه السوفت وير بتاع الاي ام جي احنا هنا عرض لنا بقى الكويل تمبريتشر 25 ديجريز. معناها بكل البلسات دي ما حصلش حتى الكويل ما سخنش وكمان مش موصلين الكولينج. بنوصل الكولينج بقى في السيشنز في الثيرابيوتيك سيشنز. تمام؟
Okay, the next interesting technique I'd like to show is a cortical silent period.
مين يعرف ايه هو الكورتيكال سايلنت بيريد؟
انا اعرف الكوتينيا سايلنت
في حاجه بقى اسمها كورتيكال سايلنت بيريد.
Yes, cutaneous. It's an EMG electrical stimulation. Yeah, but it's another technique with magnetic pulse. So let's find out this test. Cortical silent period for abductor pollicis brevis.
And how much it can stimulate?
The same. The same.
170?
Yeah. And ask your patient to contract his muscle. Make a ring with your fingers. Strong ring, contract your muscle with maximum force. Yeah, like this. And perform stimulation. And save this. Here you can see and muscle activity on the surface EMG before stimulus. Then magnetic stimulus applied and motor evoked potential arise. But after motor evoked potentials, there is no muscle activity on the surface EMG. And after 180 milliseconds, muscle activity on the surface EMG arises again. So period between MAP onset due to latest guideline on onset and muscle activity erasing is called cortical silent period. And here you can see it's 177 milliseconds. Cortical silent period reflects inhibition in our brain. So let's get back to the previous test and investigate central motor conduction time. You can see that
خلينا بس let me just introduce. دلوقتي احنا عارفين ان الوصله يعني from the brain to the muscle is an upper motor neuron and a lower motor neuron. احنا when we assess through the F wave the proximal segment by nerve conductions and EMG we're assessing بس peripheral nerve من اول anterior horn cell up to the muscle. طيب if I want to assess the upper motor neuron alone, the time it takes from the pyramidal tract لحد the anterior horn cell, how do you assess it? We calculate the central motor conduction time. So can you please tell us how to do it?
Yeah, you're definitely right. So MAP latency reflects time from upper motor neuron through the motor pathways, plexus, motor roots, peripheral nerve, neuromuscular junction, and muscle.
It's opposite to SSEB.
Backwards, yeah. But it's a motor. SSCP is a sensory pathways.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
هو انا بيقول الموتور هو potential latency اللي احنا حسبناه من شويه ده هو الوقت اللي خده البلس ان هو يوصل من الموتور كورتكس لحد المصل.
Yeah, but what if
مهتمين بقى بالبريفرال سيجمنت احنا عايزين نقيس بس central conduction time.
Yeah, but what if we want to estimate time only between upper and lower motor neuron? In this case, we have to calculate central motor conduction time. There are two ways how to calculate this. The first one is with the help of peripheral magnetic stimulation.
هو بيقول ان في طريقتين ان احنا نقيس السنترال موتور كوندكشن تايم. ان انا هدي بالس ثانيه عن السيرفايكل وهعتبر ان دي هي البريفرال كوندكشن تايم ليتنسي وهعمل ده ماينس ده. او الطريقه الثانيه ان احنا through the F wave technique, right?
Yeah, I will show you again. So switch to the segmental mode. We used cortical stimulation and switch to the segmental. And applied magnetic stimulator and coil to the C8T1 motor roots, nerve roots, and perform stimulation. It's not too easy to do it with this coil because this coil is tangled. It's better to use a flat coil or ring coil for diagnostic. But this coil is much more preferable for treatment. Don't be scared.
No.
Okay.
You want to make it as a ring?
No. Relax your muscle. Thank you. And here you can see a peripheral segmental response from the abductor pollicis brevis muscle. Pay your attention that latency is much more shorter than in in cortex stimulation. And save this. And here you can see in the table value of central motor conduction time. It's 8.
Subtraction effort?
Yeah, subtraction, just subtraction. From this latency. Central motor conduction time equals 8 milliseconds. It's completely normal.
Okay, let me to ask something. We have a professor, Mohammed Sabahi. He's one of the eminent at Texas University. He gets some technique what's called multi-segmental stimulation. He stimulates with the routine conduction study via the segments of the cervical at the C6, C7, C8, and record from the periphery. And then we can get this response. Not throughout the magnet. But throughout the surface stimulation. That's routine. Multi-segmental stimulation, which
it's quite painful.
Spinal cord assessment. Spinal cord lesion. If it is partial or complete. وكان ماجنيفيكنت، حاجه كانت جميله جدا، بس ما كملش الريسيرش ورك بتاع القصه دي. فانا عشان كده استغربت ان هل ممكن نستخدمه ستيموليشن عادي؟ ستيموليشن عادي.
Very painful. Yeah, too painful.
For sure. بس
Bird stimulation.
Huh?
Bird stimulation is available?
Yeah, peripheral magnetic is preferable.
Here we measure the
it's less painful.
CMCT.
Pardon?
Bird stimulation.
Bird stimulation.
What is the central motor conduction
Record
time?
intercortical inhibition and facilitation. Available with software?
With facilitation, yeah. We've got peripheral and facilitation mode.
It means the Siki and Leaky.
Siki Iliki.
Yes.
Siki Iliki, it's a paired pulse stimulation. For Siki Iliki, we need to have a 2 monophasic stimulator. This is biphasic one. Two monophasic stimulator with a special cable. Actually, we have this test. I can show you. You can see threshold tracking, Siki and Leaky and ICF.
كل حاجه هنا موجوده هنا. بس ده لازم يكون عندك 2 مونوفيز.
بس ده لازم يكون السوفت وير ده يعني.
Yeah, I can show you a couple of example of threshold tracking. I did some.
Threshold tracking.
Yeah, I did some threshold tracking, and I may show you a couple of examples.
طيب I wanted to show you one last thing.
F-wave technique.
Yeah. I need the electrical stimulator.
So احنا دلوقتي لما ده كده الدايجنوستيك تمام؟
I'm sorry, we have another method for CMT, F-wave method.
معلش هو عايز يقول F-wave. الطريقه الثانيه اللي احنا نقيس بيها السنترال موتور كوندكشن تايم هي الاف ويف ميثود. How do you do it?
I need an electrical stimulator. Let me find it.
هي الفكره كلها
somewhere. Sorry?
بس دي less accurate عن direct stimulation. نعرف بقى ايه ده؟
شام كويس.
دي شام كويل. ها مين اللي هيعرف هديله نجمه نيوروسوفت يبقى هو اللي هيكسب. ايه؟
طلعوا بيها البوينتس من ده لوكيتور للمكان.
عشان ايه يا دكتور هشام؟ عشان ايه؟
لوكيتور
هقول لك حاجه.
It's for treatment.
زي
For
الماركر
treatment. For treatment, this one.
ثيرابيوتيك اكشن.
هوريك دلوقتي.
So, okay, F wave method. Create an F-wave technique for abductor pollicis brevis and perform a routine EMG test of F-wave. Relax your muscle. Routine F-wave, yeah. Find super maximal response. Okay. And let's collect serial F-wave.
هو دلوقتي بيقيس الاف ويف لباشمهندس حاتم، ومن خلال الاف ويف هيحسب بقى البريفرال كوندكشن تايم، ونعمل بقى نقدر ندرايف السنترال موتور كوندكشن تايم من الموتور ايفوك بوتنشال ليتنسي وحسبه الاف ويف دي.
نطرحهم
بالظبط كده. هي الفكره انت ممكن تحسب بريفرال كوندكشن تايم بطريقه سهله، انت تعمل دايركت ستيميوليشن او ان انت تدرايف الاف ويف.
he can do movement just to facilitate.
Opposite one. Opposite.
And the same.
In thoracic maneuver.
You can, yeah, not just you can take the muscle.
For cortex, in cortex stimulation, yeah, in cortex, of course. In F-wave, muscle should be relaxed because of EMG pattern. So set red line to the fastest F-wave and go back. And here you can see F-wave, central motor conduction type with F-wave.
يعني طبعا it's almost the same.
It's a bit different, but it's a normal situation when do this method give you different results. It's due to anatomical and physiological features.
ممكن تاخد الفاست.
هو خد الفاست.
هو ده كاتبهم كلهم.
Which one? This we have different cortical responses, so we have a different F-wave.
حتى مش لازم تعملوا الاف تحسبوها مانيوال، هو جاهز فيه الايكويشن وهو حسبها اوتوماتيكلي. ممكن تعملي بريفرال، ممكن تحسبي تعملي اف ويف وهو اوتوماتيكلي بيروح يدرايف بالطريقه الثانيه.
طلعت النتيجة مختلفة عن اللي
النتيجه she's asking بص حضرتك تعالي بص ثانيه ده اللي محسوب.
It's a segmental stimulation.
لما عملنا
segmental stimulation. لما عملنا stimulation عند السيرفايكل
with magnetic stimulus, yeah.
ده magnetic stimulation technique. ودول الاف ويف technique.
And this one is much more preferable because this one has the lowest shortest latency. So
why we have several ones?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 central maps.
هو من الاخر لو هنقارن if we're comparing tits for tats احنا this was going to be 5.7 right?
Yeah.
بص حضرتك في فرق كبير ما بين two techniques.
So if we don't need this one, we may just exclude them.
بص حضرتك هنا
and you have a central and peripheral response.
الاف ويف تكنيك مطلعها 5.72 والبريفرال ستيميوليشن تكنيك 8 فرق كبير. وديس از ذا ماتش مور اكيوريت.
طبعا يبقى طبعا لازم نعتمد الطريقه الاولانيه.
تمام.
مش كده؟ يعني امين لو محتاجين حاجه اكيوريت يبقى لازم نعتمد الطريقه الاولانيه.
بالظبط كده. هو الطريقه الاولانيه هي الادق. ده دلوقتي بالنسبه للثيرابيوتيك سيشنز. Can you please show us the software, the therapeutic sessions and
yeah,
the applications? هم عاملين سوفت وير للثيرابيوتيك. Can you open the other software? You want to try it? عايز تجرب ولا ايه؟ يا ريت. سوفت وير. مش عايز حاتم بس عشان مش لازم.
Therapeutic team is from the same software?
No, it said only diagnostic, EMG, TMS, and EP. For software, we've got another software for treatment.
لازم بتعلم بالبتاع. هو اصلا بره خلاص. معلش بس عشان حاتم ما يزعلش بس.
لا انا هو
صورة ماشي صورة ماشي خلاص.
Neurology.
كويس. لا مش كده ارجع اطلع قدام شوية. ايوه تطلع 75 درجة اطلع فوق شوية. بس هو ده كده. وانا ستيميوليشن بالظبط. شكرا.
I switched off software.
Open the other software.
Yeah, I'm up there.
please use this and tell them how to use it.
Actually, I don't know.
المهم هم عاملين كافات قطن 100%، قطن طويل التيله جاي من روسيا.
بتاعنا برضه.
بتاعنا في المطبخ.
نتكلم عليه هو هيعمل
التقنيه دي مش تقنيه نيوروسوفت.
شفت سهله.
عشان نعلم عليه.
ركب. والله صح.
So
The name is anterior. Maybe probably.
yeah.
بتتبل شويه.
طبعا الثيرابيوتيك العيان بيعمل اتليست 12 سيشن، فبالتالي بيجي في مالتيبل فيزيتس. فاحنا في اول فيزيت بس بنعمل اللي هو الموضوع ان احنا نحدد الهوت سبوت ونحدد الموتور ثريشولد والقصه دي. بعد كده هو بيريبيت نفس السيشن بسهوله. طب انا دلوقتي عندي عيانين كتير، والعيانين دول هيجوا في اوقات مختلفه، مش لازم الدكتور يشوفهم غير اول مره بس. بعد كده هو هيجي باسم العيان بنفس الطريقه اللي هو لابسها دي. هنحدد بقى how do you start with this therapeutic؟ هو في طبعا applications ال FDA approved mainly depression وبعض other applications، بس هو off label use بالعبيط كتير. وهم هنا عاملين حركه ذكيه جدا، show us the new treatment. عاملين سوفت وير مخصوص للثيرابيوتيك TMS. على اي لابتوب مش محتاج الامبليفاير. تمام. الحاجه العظيمه بقى هنا ايه؟ ان هو كل ابديت هم بيحطوا الديفرنت ثيرابيوتيك ابلكيشنز كلها. ممكن حد يقرب بس يبص معايا كده لو حد انترستد في الثيرابيوتيك. هتلاقي في بروتوكول فور بليفاروسبازم، بروتوكول فور باركنسونيزم، بروتوكولز فور باركنسونز ديزيز، وكل بروتوكول كاتبين الايفيدنس بتاعه والبيبرز بتاعتهم، بحيث ان انت تختاري البروتوكول اللي انت عايزاه بالايفيدنس بيز او بتاعه البيبرز بتاعتها. فدي حاجه لطيفه جدا الصراحه. بيجمع لك كل البيبرز اب تو ديت وحاطط لك البروتوكول بتاعتها بريسيت، وانت تختار البروتوكول اللي يعجبك وتشوف كمان الايفيدنس بتاعه.
Okay. Pick up any protocol. And now, post-stroke
show me
protocol.
the wooden thing.
This one?
Yes. هو ده بعد ما نحدد الموتور ثريشولد. show us this. put this on this. خلاص حددنا الموتور ثريشولد. انا عايز اعلم في الطاقيه عشان بعد كده لما يجي هي الطاقيه دي كل اللي هنعمله هنحط الكويل فوق البتاع، وهتحطي علامه هنا بالنقطه هنا ونقطه هنا، وترسم كده ايه الشكل بتاع على الطاقيه. ليه؟ لان الستيميوليشن باترن بيختلف بالانجيوليشن يمين وشمال، يختلف لو ماسكه كده بوسترو انتيريور فيرسز انترو بوستيريور، يختلف لو حتى السايت اتحرك سنتي يمين او سنتي شمال. فاحنا لما بنحط الثلاثه دول انت كده ثبت كل البارامترز دي.
هم اللي على الموتور اريا ولا بنحتاج؟
لا، ما هو كل بروتوكول وليه بقى. يعني مثلا ايه، انت لو فتحت هنا هيقول لك ان احنا بنستيميليت حسب الريكومنديشن هنا. This is a 5-day stimulation of the unaffected hemisphere for stroke على الام 1. ماشي. Show us this thing. Show us the protocols in terms of stimulation site.
Stimulation site for this in this protocol. One second.
No, just open any other one. خلاص قربنا.
We've already selected this.
New test.
It's frequency. Contralateral N1.
Contralateral M1. هو كل يعني بروتوكول وليه ستيميوليشن سايت مختلف. فاحنا ممكن نبقى contralateral M1. طيب في حاجه ثانيه لطيفه جدا. انا دلوقتي جبت الام 1. show me the plastic thing. انا دلوقتي لو عايز مايجريت، عايز اروح للدورسولاترال بريفرونتال كورتكس اللي هو بيبقى كام سنتي من الام 1؟ 5 سنتي. تمام. طيب تعالوا
This one. Have to find.
How do you do it?
You can measure distance.
5 سنتي من المزوره دي. فهمت قصدي؟
You should measure distance of patient hand.
انت بتحدد بقى ال 5
Insert its distance here.
بنفس المزوره دي.
For example, here.
بحيث انت تقيس بقى ال 5 سم بتاعتك في نفس السناب اللي انت عايزه.
And now you have this distance 6 centimeters after measuring. So it's quite helpful.
From vertex.
Yeah.
From
CZ to
At which axis?
Yeah.
At which axis? Distance from vertex. This axis.
Yeah. To the
This cap
eye.
has the same lines. This?
Yeah. Oh no, cap has another lines. It's just a sewing shot.
اي upper motor neuron انت من الخلاصه ان انت الاي ام جي ده بتاع lower motor.
Theta person.
So the next step when you after you choose treatment protocol, you have to find hotspot and define motor threshold. If you have amplifier, software will do it automatically. If you don't have amplifier, software suggests you do it manually or semi-automatically. Right now amplifier is connected and we suggested to start automatic MT detection. Are you ready?
Yep. انا عايز اقول لك معلومه ان الدكتور ده بتاع
Is it localized to M4? So C4?
Yeah, C4.
No. I think it
he moves. That's precise point of stimulation because we shifted.
Don't do therapeutic, please, because no coolant.
Yeah, but motor threshold should be estimated. Yeah.
What are you doing?
C4. Yeah, this one.
This is a bit.
Fix the holder. And click on the automatic MT defining. This one, yeah.
ده البيست ريسبونس.
Now, threshold is 31. Click fix this threshold. Threshold is 31, and then we can proceed to the repetitive mode. It's a treatment mode. Here you can see number of stimulus, frequency in hertz, and duration of a treatment session. And the only thing you have to do is start stimulation. And 1,200 stimulus will be applied with a frequency of 1 hertz. We won't do it because we don't have cooling unit. Pardon?
What about
Theta burst stimulation, yeah, these protocols are available in this software, but for theta burst protocols, you need to have one more unit for extra power because theta burst protocols has a really high frequency. It's a 50 hertz frequency. Only one unit can't provide you with such a frequency. It's not so powerful. So you will have this unit, a cooling unit, and extra power unit. But it's available in this software.
And so quadrupulse?
Quadrupulse, yeah, we have a quadrupulse.
2 stimulation units also?
Four stimulation units and one.
الماكسيم عندنا ايه؟ يبقى في 2 فوق بعض. هم دول 2 فوق بعض. لا هنا هم جايبين
Do you like it?
صح؟ ستوبنج من غير الكولينج.
Try.
ولو انت عندك كولينج بيبقى 3 فوق بعض. فاهم حاجه؟
ده البيست ريسبونس.
Yeah, it's response. It's a motor evoked potential.
الامبليتيود قد ايه؟
Amplitude is 200 microvolts. 200 microvolts. Latency is 22 milliseconds. Pardon? Take a photo. Oh, okay. So I guess that's all about magnetic stimulation treatment.
Thank you very much.
Treatment and diagnostic. Very useful, very helpful.
It has been very very. Thank you حاتم. سقف لحاتم يا شاسع.
Applause.
We forgot him under the coin.
يقول لك كله زي الفل.
طب استنى ما تقفش فجأة كده بالراحة كده.
لا لبسوه ايه حسستوه ان هو يعني تعبان.
انت كويس طيب؟
عايزه.
ما ده اللي احنا بنعمله.
لا
الجديد
لا
ده
انا
بقى
الجديد بتسيبه وانت
موفر
فاضي.
عليا جدا جدا
اه نفترض بقى راحت الدكتوره، اسمك ايه دكتوره؟ دكتوره ساره عايزه بقى التقرير بتاعها دوت، وراح دكتور اسم حضرتك ايه دكتور احمد مش عايز يخليها تلعب فيه، مش عايز يلعبك فيه. اروح دكتور احمد مطلعه ايه؟ ماشي بات نوت اكتف. ماشي يا سيدي، هنعمل ايه؟ هنحول الفايل ده البي دي اف ونطلعه يبقى سيفد اوتسايد. تمام خلاص. فهيطلع مثلا شبه حاجه شبه كده. بسم الله. مين شبه. تعالي يا شاهندة، تعالي يا شاهندة، شاهندة. مثلا ده حالة سهيل، ده حالة HIV patient جالي امبارح.
HIV؟
اه
كتر قوي.
حاجة عنده 22 سنة.
تمام.
Diagnosed يعني هو diagnosed
diagnosed.
HIV.
طلع لي انا ده منظر الجراف بتاعي. كان عنده reduced amplitude shural, reduced amplitude tibial وcommon peroneal, severe reduced femoral, facilitated tibial H reflex with H over M ratio facilitation, delayed tibial F wave, reduced median motor sensory responses, delayed amplitude ulnar sensory motor responses. تمام. reduced amplitude of the axillary and musculocutaneous motor responses والH reflex elicited from the median nerve antebrachial stimulation reflecting a central lesion above the level of C5. خلاص حفظنا.
طب هو بعد ما
وديليد
ال HIV ده
كان محطوط على فنت شهرين وبعدين بدأ يتحسن عشان الشيست كونديشن بتاعته فشالوه من على الفنت بس للأسف مفيش موشن كوادريباريتك. هم عايزين يعرفوا ايه طلع هو عنده ايه والاي ام جي بتاعه ايه حصل عنده لقيت عنده بروفيس denervation potentials at risk with early recruitment of myopathic motor unit action potential and decreased activation of interference pattern analysis. فطلع electrophysiological evidence of critical illness myopathy associated with central lesion affecting the left upper limb left upper limb and the lower limb for MRI correlation والامضه بتاعتي. تعال بقى جرافاتك فين يا لمبي؟ ادي جرافاتك يا لمبي. طبعا ايه دكتوره هتنفخني يعني اهو مثلا خلينا نبص عليهم منظرهم يعني كده ايه كروكي يعني ماشي. دي المناظر بقى اللي بتطلع ماشي ماشي.
انتوا عيانين العنايه بتاخدوا الجهاز بورتبل وتطلعوا بيه وتعملوا
فاسيليتيتد دي اتشات. انا الوحيده اللي شغاله بورتبل في اسكندريه. خلاص بص البريفيس دينرفيشن بوتنشالز عامله ازاي شاورز فرح كل دي دينرفيشنز كل دي دينرفيشنز. اول ما تلاقي دينرفيشنز في حاله من العنايه اسال على البوتاسيوم ليفل. البوتاسيوم ليفل بتاع الواد ده كان 3 و7 وكان قبل كده بينقص على كوركشن بس دلوقتي 3 و7 النورمال من 3.5 ل 5.5 ف3 و7 مش هقدر اتكلم فيه فده مايوباثي او مايوسايتس اسم عندنا نيورومايوسايتس كمان. خلاص
عشان جايب معاه دينرفيشن
طبعا والدينرفيشن بوتنشالز اعلى من الريكروتمنت. خلاص طبعا انا كنت بطلع الانترفيرنس باترن بالضالين للولد سيمي كومس سيمي كوما الجلاسكو بتاعه وحش فانا كنت بستخدم الريفلكس بينفول ريسبونسز علشان اقدر اطلع ويف. ما حليتيش غير كده
من الفوت او
من الدورسي فليكشن اوف ذا فوت فنعمل ستيميليشن عشان يقدر يعمل هو دورسي فليكشن بس كده. خلاص ادي برضو البروفيس دينرفيشن منظر بشع فظيع.
تمام حضرتك طلعتيها ازاي
ريفلكس برضو ريفلكس امال انا كاتبه بص المنظر برضو وايه انا مطلعاها لازم الفور كوادرانتس ابر ليمب لور ليمب رايت وليفت ماشي. عايز تسيب ايد منهم لو حصلت فيها حاجه هطلع لي فيشيال.
ايه بينفول السايت اللي استخدمتيها في
الابر ليمب بالفيرست دورسال انتر اوسيوس وقرصته من هنا بس ما عرفتش اطلع حاجه من الابر ليمب اللور ليمب عرفت اطلع اكتر ماشي. برضو تاني دي دينرفيشنز بوتنشالز تاني. خلاص بس دي كان ريبورت من 11
صفحه مثلا كريتيكال إلنس نيوروباثي. ايه الفرق اللي هلاقيه بين ده وده؟
كريتيكال إلنس
بص يا سيدي كريتيكال إلنس نيوروباثي بيبقى فيه اكتر ريديوسد موتور امبليتيود وسنسوري زي ما موجود هنا بس ما بيبقاش فيه بروكسيمال افكشن الديستال مور افكتد ذان ذا بروكسيمال لان النيرف ليجن از ا لينس ديبندنت باثولوجي انما المسل ديزيز از مور بروكسيمال ذان ديستال فهتلاقي ريديوسد امبليتيود في التيبيال كومن بيرينيال والتيبيال نيرف اقل في الديستال والفيمورال ريلاتيفلي بريزيرفد لو امبليتيود بس ريلاتيفلي بريزيرفد. نرجع هنحط نيد الاي ام جي هلاقي نيرفيشن بوتنشالز ات ريست بس مش بنفس العنف اللي انا بلاقيها في المايوسايتس وبلاقي معايا كمان دروب اوت اوف موتور يونت اكشن بوتنشالز الاقي نيوروباثيك يونتس لو انا عديت 6 شهور او عندي ديوريشن بحيث ان يسمح لي ان يبقى في نيوروباثيك موتور يونتس وبرده الديستريبيوشن يبقى الافكشن ديستال مور ذان بروكسيمال والانترفيرنس باترن هو الفيصل ما بين النيوروباثي والمايوباثي. مايوباثي في اي حال من الاحوال از كومبليت النيوروباثي باي حال من الاحوال incomplete or discrete. تمام حذاري حذاري تتغش ما بين الانكمبليت والديسكريت وما بين الديكريزد اكتيفيشن فور سنترال ليجن. ده لما هعمل موتور يونت اسسمنت هلاقي نورمال موتور يونت وهلاقي نو دينرفيشن بوتنشال اكتيفيتي
وهلاقي الانترفيرنس باترن ريجولار سبيسنج، لان ده سنترال افكشن. انما الانترفيرنس باترن لما يبقى irregular، يعني جزء متزحمين جزء مريحين جزء كده، ده incomplete interference pattern اللي هو بيبقى related للنيوروباثيك ليجن اكتر منها. احنا قلنا النيرف ليجن is a lens dependent lesion، يعني اللور limbs more affected than the upper limbs. تمام. ايه تاني عايز تسال فيه؟ لو بيور ماسل ديزيز مش هيبقى فيه كولكشن من الحاجات زي الراجل بتاع الاتش اي في ده، ممكن الاقي السنسوري نيرف بريزيرفد، لان الميوباثي بتسيب السنسوري نيرف فايبرز كلير. بس نيجي على ارض الواقع مفيش كلير كات ما بين النيوروباثي والميوباثي في كريتيكال إلنس، فانت غالبا ما هتلاقي كريتيكال إلنس نيورومايوسايتس، بنسميها نيورومايوسايتس. هتلاقي دينرفيشن بوتنشال، هتلاقي نيوروباثيك موتور يونتس، وهتلاقي ميكس مع مايوباثيك موتور يونتس، وهتلاقي شويه انترفيرنس باترن مش قادر تحكم، شويه
خصوصا لو حصل ويستنج للمسلز.
لونج ستاندنج ماشي. ده هي سودا لما يجي لك دايابيتك 40 سنه وجاي لك فيها تعمل له اسسمنت which is which، هل ده نيو ولا هل ده old lesion. nerve conduction cannot give us the chronological progression. EMG can give us the chronological progression. يعني أنا أقدر منه أقول this is an acute pathology or chronic pathology or acute on top of chronic pathology. أهو في ناس كتيرة دايابيتك بيجي لهم acute exacerbation، أنا ماشي حلو يا دكتورة وبعدين جالي دور برد بعدها ما قمتش. ماشي، طب إيه اللي حصل لك يا عم؟ حصل إيه؟ انتكاسة، decompensation، يبدأ يظهر تاني نيو دينرفيشن بوتنشالز مع النيوروباثيك موتور يونتس، ومعانا انكمبليت انترفيرنس باترن، والموتور يونتس النيوروباثيك على ابوها انكريز ديوريشن، انكريز بوليفيزيسيتي. تمام. كل ده ماشي مع النيوروباثيك، بس الحجم بتاعها تقول لك ان دي لونج ديوريشن، بس الدينرفيشن بوتنشالز تقول لك لا تعالى هنا يا مش دي حاجه اكيوت، فده غالبا هيبقى اكيوت اون توب اوف كرونيك. تمام. هتفرق معايا برضو فين؟ في حالات الفولو اب فيشيال بولسي. تمام. احنا صحيح ما شفناش البلينك ريفلكس هنا، البلينك
عملناهوش.
نعمله يا غالي، نعملوش ليه؟ نعمله، تعالى اهو. خلاص، ادي البلينك ريفلكس. انت قلت لي ان يا دكتوره هنعمله ازاي؟ بكابل واحد، صح كده؟ ادي احنا الكابل واحد. نعم.
عايز المايك
السلام عليكم. احنا كده خلصنا الهاندز اون سيشن، ونشكر كل الناس يعني على الحماس. دكتوره ايمان، حضرتك لو عندك شير في نيوروسوفت الام هناك، والله مش هتقول بالحماس ده، ما شاء الله اكبر عليكي، يعني ربنا يبارك في حضرتك. يعني انا عمال اقول لهم يا جماعه انتوا يعني مش ممكن. احنا هنريستارت بقى المحاضرات، وقبل ما نخلص اولا دكتوره يوسي في الورك هاند اون سيشن. دكتوره يوسي ازي حضرتك؟ جاوبت سؤال ما حدش جاوبه، فاحنا عايزين نديها النيوروسوفت بين وهديه كده من شركه تقنيه. ماشي. وتاني حاجه دكتوره مصطفى الخولي ودكتوره داليا هيجوا معايا ان شاء الله العمليه هاندز اون انترا اوبراتيف الساعه 3، فاحنا هننسحب في النص كده ونختفي، وبالتوفيق ان شاء الله. You can start. Dr. Dimitri is a neurologist and neurophysiologist, and he's the head of the Clinical Neurophysiology Society of Russia.
And really, I'm very be happy to be here, and a special thanks for Ahmed for good meeting, good excursion in the Cairo, and I get my kids, and kids was very happy to see Egypt and Mummy, its pyramid, and other. And now we return with 3 Egyptologists, actually. Okay, just start to our lecture about peripheral nerve injury. and diagnosis. I'm not neurosurgery, but neurology, but I have been working with area of neurophysiology with a colleague of neurosurgery, and we make closely collaboratory with neurosurgery, and we make a best established strategy and approach for diagnosis with both methods, AMG and ultrasounds. First of all, when we talk about the diagnosis of peripheral nerve injury, we talk about careful clinical assessment. It's a simple, when the patients come to you and you see a drop wrist, drop foot, you think about the pathology of peroneal nerve, and radial nerve, and other. And clinical assessment more important to first step for diagnosis. But clinical have some problem in patients with double crush palsy. For example, the patients have a weakness of 5 and 4th digits on the arm, have sensory disorders on the wrist, and you think about the cubital tunnel syndrome, yeah? But what about the double crush syndrome in patients with thoracic outlet syndrome? It's compression by lower trunk of brachial plexus on costoclavicular space. Actually, you can check this double crush syndrome when you assessment pectoral muscles. If pectoral muscles were atrophy, you think about the Dejeghna-Klumpke syndrome or palsy of lower trunk. And diagnosis and optimization of pre- and post-operative surgery, it's good to use AMG and ultrasound for find the level of injury, types of peripheral nerve. You know about the Sunderland classification type of nerve palsy, neuropraxia, nevrotmesis, axonotmesis, and assessment of function recovery after nerve repair. If the surgery make a suture of nerve, reconstruction of nerve function, we must find the first signs of reinnervation and find the maybe a bad strategy, a bad recovery, a bad function on the muscles. Okay, the main purpose and objective of AMG case and nerve injury, topical location of nerve lesions. It's not simply, actually some of patients have no typical location. For example, the patients maybe have a strong trauma, but after that he can compressive brachial plexus compress when he drop, and you see a double crush syndrome in patients with compression of medial and ulnar nerve on the arm and compressive palsy on the brachial plexus, for example. It's not simple to find this double crush syndrome. Evolutionary electrophysiology criteria for preganglionosic lesion of the brachial plexus. It's serious because the severe trauma and motorbike trauma have a strong traction of brachial plexus with avulsion nerve roots and the spinal cords. It's very bad for prognosis, the very bad prognosis, and this patient do not recover this muscle function. And we must find this electrophysiological criteria for preganglionic nerve palsy, very important. The type of nerve injury, neuropraxia, axonotmesis, nevrotmesis, this is a pathomorphological classification, but AMG can correlated pathomorphological correlation with electrophysiological data. You can find the signs of neuropraxia. It's conduction block. Its conduction block may be cubital tunnel syndrome, maybe thoracic outlet syndrome, compressive conduction block. And you can't find neurotmesis and axonotmesis because in the first early time after the injury, you find the same signs, spontaneous activity without motor unit potential requirement. Assessment of co-contraction agonist-antagonist muscle in the recovery period. We use a two-channel AMG. The most important assessment in children with obstetrical brachial plexus palsy. Do you know it's palsy of brachial plexus in newborn? And this patient have a palsy of his arm, but the kids never know about the normal function of his arm. He make several palsy in the bone. And when the function was recovery, the kids don't know how movement this arm. And this co-contraction muscles is more serious problem. And we use two-channel superficial AMG in agonist-antagonist muscles and biceps muscles and triceps muscles and maybe latissimus dorsi muscles and deltoid muscles. When kids extend the rotation, but latissimus muscle contract and can't movement correctly. And when the kids flexion of the arm, the biceps muscles and triceps were co-contracted, and we can see a correct function. Different diagnosis with other injuries. It's maybe a stroke, maybe central paresis, maybe motor neuron disease. Motor neuron disease, it's simulated of peripheral nerve injury. But you see atrophy, but without sensory disorders. It's very important to find normal sensory potential and find the other types of pathology. Dynamic monitoring of reinnervation after reconstructive operation. It's a very base assessment in patient after nerve surgery. The surgery make a good suture, make a good reconstruction of nerve, but we can't see any reinnervation signs in the case muscles. What's the problem? It's the problem we must be to find answer for these questions. Ultrasound of peripheral nerve, it's most cost-effective modality in imaging of peripheral nerve. It's very simple methods. You see this normal nerve in transverse section reveals small hyperhagenic zone, area separated by hyperhagenic septa, hyperhagenic zone with hyperhagenic septa. They look like a honeycomb. Hyperhagenic area represent a nerve fascicle, while the hyperhagenic septa represented interfascicular spatial and perineurium of nerve. In longitudinal scanning, you see electrical cable-like picture of peripheral nerve. Actually, ultrasound can visualize the peripheral nerve on the most area of our body, including plexus of lumbosacral plexus. Lumbosacral plexus we can see by ultrasound. When we talk about a simple palsy and simple trauma without axon disruption, without axon damage, you see only a myelin sheaths palsy. In AMG, you find the normal excitability of distal path of nerve, and you see a conduction block. This case, you see a boy with a compressive brachial plexus palsy after he sleeping and with rotated his arm on the head. and sleep very deep sleep, and they have a compressive neuropathy of brachial plexus. And in EMG, we find the normal amplitude of distal path on medial nerve and ulnar nerve, and we can't find the spontaneous activity in the muscles. If we find this picture, it's a good prognosis for these patients. He's recover his function during 3-5 months. When we're talking about the trauma, we talk about the needle MG. Actually, we do not use stimulated MG in our routine practice. We use needle MG with, we find the motor unit potential in the muscles. So nerve damage. When we cite the axonal integrity validation, they usually a distal and proximal path. It's a nerve palsy, some area. Most disrupt of axon, disrupt of myelin sheets. And in next, many lymphocytes activated and cleaning this area. Cleaning this area after myelin fragments and myelin axons. It's inflammatory. It's local inflammatory under the nerve palsy of the sites. Activation of Schwann cells to distal trunk to provoke a production of cytokine, neuroinflammation, and activation of migraine-resistant macrophage at the site of the palsy. Please note the nerve may be palsy, not total damage. You may see half of nerve damage, but you find the normal area of peripheral nerve and disorders with nerve palsy with external tissue, with axon and myelin. This is not total nerve palsy, it's only margin nerve palsy. Spontaneous activity is the main that we perform, and we must be to find in the muscle denervation. If we find the spontaneous activity, this is axon damage. It's not myelin damage, it's not neuropraxia. It's not neuropraxia, it's axonotmesis or maybe neurotmesis. You see a spontaneous activity. Actually, we don't use a quantitative analysis of spontaneous activity. We find yes or no in these muscles. This is a more spontaneous activity in these sites of muscles, very quickly and very much of potential positive wave and fibrillation and other. And we think about this site of muscles, many muscles without innervation, many denervated muscles. If spontaneous activity low and a little some potential in the site of the muscles, we think this site have many muscles in it denervated. It may be a good function and maybe a bad function. If patients come to for 3-4 years after the nerve injury, we can't not register many spontaneous activity in this site. And what we think about that muscles was atrophy. It's atrophy muscles. It's a bad prognosis for nerve recovery after nerve surgery. Its muscles can't make a movement for movement in patients. It's very bad prognosis. It's spontaneous activity much. We think about these muscles can can innovate it by surgery. Spontaneous activity may be registered after the 1 year, 2 years, but actually later, usually we can't find any spontaneous activity. Fibrillation potential and positive acute wave are important. The assessment of spontaneous activity in patient with or without motor unit potential, motor unit potential, different conclusions are formed separately. History of injury, essential term of prognosis recovery from peripheral nerve injury. Absence of spontaneous activity may indicate a variable prognosis with a minor injury, but at the same time a complete degeneration of the muscle if it is consequence and the old injury. Multiple spontaneous activity may also indicate areas of ischemia and muscle degeneration. Some of the trauma had ischemia of muscles. For example, it's Volkmann contraction. For example, vessels injury with acute thrombosis of, for example, suprascapularis artery or brachial artery make ischemia, strong ischemia. And in ischemic muscles, you find a lot of spontaneous activity. Spontaneous activity in proximal nerve device has no prognosis value. For example, if the radial nerve palsy on the spiral groove, the triceps muscles were normal without spontaneous activity, never. Spontaneous activity in the contralateral muscles is important and communicates root injury or myelopathy. It's when we think about the several trauma, strong trauma, motorbike trauma, in concomitance we find the myelopathy, a palsy of spinal cords. And if we find the spontaneous activity in contralateral muscles, it's the signs that the patients have spinal cord injury too. Spontaneous activity time of registration. The future the muscles is form a site of injury, the later spontaneous activity will be registered. In the first 7-8 days after injury, you may don't register some spontaneous activity in muscles. It's very important to know because you make a mistake conclusion about the not severe trauma. If you perform EMG after the 4 or 5 days and you can't register spontaneous activity, you may think about the maybe not severe trauma, but it's a mistake. You must be performed EMG after the 1 month. It's very good time periods for finding spontaneous activity in the muscles. And next, if the muscles or distally, the spontaneous activity you find only on 30 days after injury. And more proximal, the early time for periods to find the spontaneous activity in muscles. After the short latent period of the nerve injury, usually lasting 7 days, neck regeneration will occur. The population of active growing and dividing Schwann cell is formally activated behind the channel. This is the channel of Schwann cell, and this channel had a good, excellent environment for regeneration of peripheral nerves. The peripheral nerves grow in proximal path to distal path with the ion calcium channel with some proteins, and if regeneration ball to get to the distal path, regeneration will very quickly to find the innervation and find the case muscles. Actually, more important, 2 vessels. Microvessels in the nerve injury is more important because the growing Schwann cell growing ball regeneration ball, jumping under the microvascular vessels. And if patients smoke after the injury, it's very bad for prognosis because the microvessels was occlusion, the microvessels nets was very, very bad function, and the regeneration was very, very long time, during the long time. This is an interesting article about the pathomorphologic side of the nerve regeneration. It's complicated about the therapeutic strategy about the nerve damage. Actually, if the patient have any concomitant pathology, maybe diabetes, many deficit of vitamin B1, B11, B6, the nerve regeneration were its maximal speed as possible. We can't any drugs, any methods to stimulate the regeneration. Actually, we can't use any drugs to stimulate the regeneration. Actually, it's impossible. This is classification of Sunderland and Sunderland. 3 types of nerve injury. The first of all, it's neuropraxia. Neuropraxia is good prognosis. Its distal nerve amplitude were normal. We find a conduction block. In other part, you see a spontaneous activity. In neuroatmesis, you find nerve rupture. You find the very strong pathology nerve rupture, and use ultrasound for find this site and find this type of nerve palsy. In the other, you see some neuroma, and you know actually what is the type of pathology. Maybe a strong neuroma with intraneuroma rupture, maybe not strong neuroma, not large neuroma. But for find the axonotmesis, we use AMG observation to find the first burning potential in the muscles. When the muscles were absent of innervation, the muscles were changes. Changes with more hypergenic septa with connective tissue and absent of muscle fibers. And this picture you see in ultrasound. Ultrasound is muscles will show you how many fibrosis in the muscle after denervated you see. The main purpose of perform ultrasound is to find an island of muscle contraction after the nerve injury. For example, medial nerve palsy. Yeah, you see abductor pollicis brevis. You make an ultrasound probe in these muscles and find a little area of muscle contraction. A little area of muscle contraction. A little bit this, a little bit this. If I perform a needle EMG in this site, I find a spontaneous activity without motor unit potential requirement. But if I make a control by ultrasound and I site my needle electrodes to this point of muscles, I find the first polyphasic potential, the first signs of requirement in the muscles. By collateral sprouting, we find this only first time period spontaneous activity, and next we find the polyphasic potential, this one, this one. This is a preferential motor innervation in the muscles. It's a good, but what's time we find this potential? If we find early, after the 1 month after nerve palsy, or maybe after 1 month after nerve surgery, it's good because the innervation was very quickly. But if we find this potential after the 1 or 2 years, it's a bad prognosis. And time, this most important option to study in AMG. AMG find the polyphasic potential, burning potential, but you think about what time I registrating this potential in the muscles. After that, the muscles, this is the first regeneration signs. This regenerated axon in the nerve rupture, in the nerve palsy. And this is a polyphasic preferential motor potential. And after that, we find the normal requirement maybe. For example, these kids with needle AMG in biceps muscles, you see. This is a severus trauma. The kids it's a crash on the car, and he have avulsion of C5 and C6 nerve roots, very serious trauma. He can't flexion his arm, he can't extensor rotation, and he can abduction his arm. We perform a surgery. We may take intercostal nerve and innervate it of muscular cutaneous nerve. And this video next, the kids will breathe deeply, deep breathe, and needle AMG in biceps muscles, we find the first signs of reinnervation, preferential motor reinnervation, polyphasic low amplitude potential. Just see. Huh?
It's called nascent what?
Missing?
Nascent.
Missing. Excuse me.
Regeneration potentials.
Actually?
Early regeneration potentials are called nascent motor units.
Excuse me.
Polyphasics, motor unit potentials.
Yes.
At the early phase of regeneration.
Yes.
It's called nascent motor unit potentials.
Yes. It's
why it carries good prognosis if it was seen at a later stage?
It's good prognosis if we find this potential after the 1 month after injury.
Why good prognosis at 1 month?
If you find this large periods for years, it's a bad prognosis. Because regeneration is very, very long time. Regeneration is not good. Regeneration is not simple. Regeneration and a little bit of motor neuron, a little bit of axon innervate in these muscles. And you see patients can breathe, and you see this side first. His breath. This one, yeah, this one. This is after the 1 month after surgery. And breath activated intercostal nerves and nerve suture in the musculocutaneous nerve and innervated of biceps muscles. We find this is avulsion of C5 and C6. We can't think about the innervation by the C5 and C6. It's nerve ruptures, avulsion. It's only surgery. It's only a surgery function of nerve. For example, this trauma with medial nerve palsy on the wrist, it's glass. It's glass to put and rupture of medial nerve on the wrist, and we make a nerve suture, and we find the first signs of reinnervation in the abductor pollicis brevis muscles. The main prognosis variable is the time of operation of motor unit potential is the K of the muscles. The time, actually, if we find this potential later 6 months, it's not good situation for the patient for recovery of his function. Patient with discrete or severe reduction requirement also showed a poor prognosis for spontaneous recovery of function. Large inter-external variability of assessment of parameter for requirement motor unit potential. Actually use ultrasound control. It's good practice to find the first signs of innervation. Optimal time for EMG. We use 3 case time periods for perform EMG in the K muscles. The first 1 month after the nerve surgery, after the nerve palsy and any situation. The second is 3 months, and third 6 months. When in 6 months you can't find any innervation, any polyphasic potential, any requirement of motor unit potential, we recommend the patients to surgery because maybe it's a poor prognosis for recovery. This optimal time for EMG in patients with radial nerve, this article, this needle EMG is 95% specific to 4th month after the radial nerve injury. In the 4th month, if we find any potential in brachioradial muscles, it's a good prognosis for the patients. Electromyography is necessary in the identification of motor unit potential and their requirement. The optimal time is 3 and 6 months from the moment of injury. Patients with a normal requirement, 100%, the patient with recovery of function by 1 year after injury. Patient with discrete requirement only of cases, and 1/3 of cases with no requirement. And next, traumatic neuroma. Traumatic neuroma is a non-tumor proliferation of Schwann cell in the nerve injury. You may try to use ultrasound to find this neuroma, to find these nerve changes of structure nerve changes, and make a prognosis about the possibility of spontaneous recovery of function of nerve. First of all, cross-section area of neuroma, you find the neuroma, the first signs of neuroma in 28 days after injury. 5-fold increase in cross-section area associated with unfavorable prognosis of motor deficit. Normally, it's uniform hyperhagenic signal. If we find any hyperhagenic signal, it's intraneural fibrosis. It's not good for prognosis for spontaneous recovery of function. Patients with neuropathic pain have changes of external tissue of traumatic neuroma. And normally we find the superficiate of neuroma. For example, this traumatic neuroma in patients with pathomorphological study, you see very low regeneration axons in the nerve rupture. You find the disorders of connective, external connective. You find the diastasis of proximal and distal path. And ultrasound, you find the disorders of neuroma and longitudinal structure of nerve in the neuroma in this site, and we think about the poor prognosis and make a surgery. Suture of peripheral nerve. We perform AMG and perform ultrasound. This is standard suture of peripheral nerves in the trauma. The ratio of diameter distal and proximal path of nerve, diameter distal and proximal path of nerve, it's a good signs if we find the not severus different between diameter 1 and 2, distal and proximal path. The normal longitudinal structure of the site of the suture, it's a good prognosis. And not changes of external tissue is good prognosis. And by EMG you find the motor unit potential requirement, and for some case excitability of nerve were good. You find the motor potential after the stimulated of nerve and find some amplitude and registrated. Stimulation of AMG, it's not good methods for find early regeneration signs, because the first signs of regeneration is polyphasic map, motor unit potential. You can't registrate some amplitude of motor unit. Brachial plexus. When you find the strong brachial plexus with Duchenne-Erba palsy, you find the case muscles, supraspinatus, infraspinatus muscles, deltoid, rhomboid muscles, triceps, biceps muscles, but normal triceps extensor, flexor, and short muscles of the arm. Normal trapezoid muscles, normal diaphragma, you find the neuroma, and not strong neuroma in the upper trunk of the brachial plexus. If you see a more severe trauma, with the patients have a large upper trunk and middle trunk, you find the triceps and extensor digitorum muscles were bad with spontaneous activity, but normal short muscles in the arm, normal trapezius muscles, normal diaphragmatic muscles. If we find the total paralysis without Horner syndrome, you find that all muscles were denervated, and by ultrasound you find spinal nerve were normal, but we find the large neuroma of brachial plexus. And if we find with a symptom Horner, next, we find the avulsion. We find the avulsion with spinal nerve rupture, maybe C5, C6, C7. You find any, all of muscles were denervated. Diaphragma may be to palsy. And you find the meningocelia on ultrasound in the nerve roots. The signs of nerve avulsion is ultrasound. We can find the nerve roots on the transverse vertebra of C5, C6, C7. And total muscles were denervated with spontaneous activity. Meningocelia, pseudomeningocelia, it's a cyst of the nerve roots. It's a cyst with liquor cyst. And electrophysiological signs of nerve avulsion is a normal sensory potential. If you find the C8, it's normal sensory potential on the 5 digits. In the C7, in the superficial radial nerve sensory normal, and C6 and C7 only ultrasound. In neurophysiology, you can try to use medial antebrachiosensory nerve, but this is difficult to perform this nerve, to find the response of this nerve is very difficult. And C6 or 7. And we perform a ultrasound to find the meningocele. This is a nerve avulsion in the obstetrical brachial plexus pulse in newborn. In newborn, traumatic neuroma were very large. And ultrasound, the best methods to find this neuroma and pseudomeningocele. In obstetrical brachial plexus, we perform 3 case muscles. The first of all is extensor digitorum communis, C7 muscles. In second, biceps muscles, and the third step, infraspinatus muscles. This is a 3 case muscles to assessment for make a prognosis for recovery in patients with obstetrical brachial plexus in newborn. The more kids have a good prognosis for spontaneous recovery, but some of them have a strong, very bad prognosis, and needle MG can to find absence of requirement in biceps and supraspinatus muscles for 3 months after the born in kids, and this is strong signs for bad recovery in these kids. And we get a surgery for these kids. That's obstetrical plexus. After the recovery, we perform 2-channel AMG for find the co-contraction of muscles, extensor and flexion and extension. You see 2-channel latissimus dorsi and deltoid muscles. The kids extensor his arm, and you find the same activity of the latissimus dorsi and deltoid muscles. This is good for, it's bad for good recovery function. And we use botulotoxin, Botox, in the deltoid muscles for make weakness of this deltoid muscles and open possibility to good recovery function deep muscles. It's supraspinatus, infraspinatus muscles for extensor recovery. You see this picture. Kids can extensor his arm. In EMG, you find the 2-channel EMG activity, and he can't movement his arm. He can't movement his arm. In patients with obstetrical brachial plexus palsy, have more activity in deltoid muscles. Actually, deltoid muscles use for kids for all movement in his arm. When kids take the nose, he use the deltoid muscles. When they take a head, deltoid muscles. Movement on the neck, deltoid muscles. And this is methods for check deltoid muscles contraction. We make a 2-channel EMG, deltoid muscles, and ask the kids to take his mouth, and you see in second channels a very large amplitude of deltoid muscles. It's a pathological contraction of deltoid muscles, and we perform a Botox for botulotoxin for good function of deep muscles, infraspinatus and supraspinatus. This is an example of severed nerve injury, neurotmesis, fragment of glass. It's a very interesting case because we find in stimulated EMG good motor response, a good requirement, but by ultrasound, the total nerve rupture with the glass fragments. with a glass arms. It's anastomosis. Yes, it's anastomosis because kids have a weakness, but movement we observed. In next, radial nerve palsy. Radial nerve palsy is difficult for assessment because the radial nerve make near the bone or the os, brachial bone, and after the fracture of brachial bone, the osteosynthesis of bone have a heterogenic nerve palsy. And by ultrasound, you perform a visualization of radial nerve and find a relationship between the metal construction. If the radial nerve was jumping in the scanning, we make a probe in the arm and radial nerve was jumping. It's a bad prognosis. It's a bad for spontaneous recovery function, and we need a surgery. If we've lost the nerve under the metal construction, it's a bad prognosis. Needle EMG, we perform triceps brachioradialis is the first muscles when the nerve innervated after the spiral groove. The first muscles is brachioradialis. Brachioradialis extension of arm. And next, extensor digitorum communis and extensor carpi radialis muscles. Extensor pollicis longus is more distal muscles for innervated of radial nerve. These muscles we use after the long period after the nerve pulse. In this case, double crush syndrome. It's a patient with carpal tunnel syndrome. But we find a good function of flexor pollicis longus muscles. It's very bad function, and we think about it's not carpal tunnel, it's patients with proximal palsy. And we use ultrasound to find aneurysma of brachial artery with compression of medial nerve, actually. Vasoneural conflict, it's a more serious problem in our patients in the arm. We have some cases with the conflict of recurrent radial artery and radial nerve. It's compression with the posterior intercostal nerve. In this case, arteriovenous malformation in the sciatic nerve. The patients with large malformation, vascular malformation in sciatic nerve. In EMG, you find the absence of motor and sensory potential and denervated with spontaneous activity without the requirement of motor unit potential of gastrocnemius muscles and tibial anterior muscles. In this things, it's supracondylar processus. It's some reasons for double crush syndrome. It's a supracondylar processus. It's atavism of brachial os with compression brachial artery and medial nerve in the ligamentous of Strusser. With the compression of medial nerve, with the lower function of flexor digitorum longus, flexor digitorum longus, and sensory disorders in medial nerve area. Perineal nerve, some interesting feature. He have a 2 point of fixation. The first point, fibula, and the second point, the site of sciatic nerve when the perineal nerve grow on. The perineal nerve have a traction injury, and you can use ultrasound to find a tractional neuroma in continuum, to find this strong large nerve, and we perform EMG to find the denervated and requirement of motor unit potential in case muscles, tibial anterior muscles and long peroneal muscles. Synovial cyst, it's some of cases with compression of peroneal nerve by synovial cyst in fibula-tibial syndesmosis. And take-home message, actually, electromyographic and high-resolution ultrasonography findings are important addition for clinical assessment. In cooperation with physiologist, surgeon must be very precise with define the task and purpose of examination. Early ultrasound AMG diagnosis of peripheral nerve injury can change the algorithm of management. For example, the patients have strange trauma, maybe peroneal nerve, and surgery decided to make reconstruction of peripheral nerve, but you find the motor unit requirement in tibial anterior muscles. And this is a good sign for recovery of function of extensor of foot, and we maybe to wait in 1 or 2 or 3 months and perform AMG again and find the good requirement motor unit potential and find the good recovery. And total AMG find registration spontaneous activity, sign of motor reinnervation, requirement of motor unit potential, co-contraction, it's the block of AMG. Ultrasound says visualization of structure of neuroma, assessment of conduction of the denervated muscles, visualization meningocephaly, and evolution blood flow. It is a block for high-resolution ultrasonography. And strong clinical interpretation, any changes must be prepared. Thank you. Yep. Да? Да.
Сейчас что-то будет тут. Что себе тоже сделать докладчик.
F5 нажимаем, он будет режим докладчика сразу.
Да. Переключать-то здесь надо с компьютера.
Да.
Ну, я могу типа щелкать посидеть.
Да я сам. So, and now my little part about Airsoft company. Let me introduce myself. My name is Anton Kutsov, and I'm responsible for product development and marketing in Airsoft. And now I'd like to tell you about company, some words, and our EMG product line. In 1992, we created our first medical devices. And our 33 years of operation, Airsoft become the expert class manufacturer in the field of electrodiagnostics and neurophysiology. And today, the Airsoft brand is well known all over the world. all situations. And besides, we provide software, lifetime software update, and no limits for license for one device. So if you have 1, 2, or 3 PC, you can use it without problem. And it's free. Oh, sorry. Some words about our town. We are located in Ivanova. Ivanova is not a big city. It is located about 400 kilometers from Moscow, and the population of the city is about 3,000 people. Our city is famous for his unique culture and has a lot of temples and churches. Also, Ivanova has a unique architecture, no better than in Cairo, of course, but also has constructivist monuments and a lot of museums. And this is our home. We have 3 buildings in the center of Ivanova, and if you want to visit Russia or visit Neursoft, we are happy to see you in our home. And our team consists of than 450 employees. These are specialists in completely different professions. There are programmers, developers, designers, translators, marketers, sales managers, and so on. We produce medical devices for functional diagnostics, for neurophysiology, for audiology, and for rehabilitation. In our product portfolio, we have more than 15 product lines. And as you know, we are specialized in neurophysiology, neurology, and for these purposes, we have a wide range of products, for example, for EEG, EMG, TMS, and for intraoperative monitoring. And now a few words about history of EMG product line. In 1996, we created our first devices. It was NeuroMap, EMG, and CS and PE system. Later, in 2004, we created the first in the world EMG machine with built-in stimulators, amplifier, keyboard, and screen in one unit. Then, in 2005, we received the CE mark and start sales all over the world. And later, in 2012, we created a 5-channel NCS EMG EP machine. This is Skybox. And in 2019, we created Lightbox, one of the best-seller all over the world. It is a 3-channel device. And today, I'm happy to announce you that 2025, so this year, we are start sales of a new NeuroMap device. It is a 4-channel electrodiagnostic system. People all over the world write articles and including publishing them in the largest world journals using our machines. And in 2025, there are more than 4,000 papers and 600 publications in English. People all over the world like our devices due to the high quality, users' feedback, and user-friendly software. Neurosoft machines are represented now more than 50 countries all over the world. And now some words about product line, about machines that some of them, you maybe all use use in your practice. And we can group them in some criteria. For example, just you group them like stationary and expert and portable and low channel. We have Neuromed and Skybox. This expert system from 4 up to 16 channels. Usually they use in big hospitals, universities, and big private clinics. And if clients work in small hospitals, in private clinics, or in the small hospitals, when routine EEG and NCS is preferable, they often choose Neuromed Micro and Lightbox. These 2 or 3 channel devices for NCS and P, and with added EP module. And they have a unique architecture because they have all-in-one, as I said, keyboard, screen, amplifiers, and stimulators in one unit. As for Neuromed 4 and Neuromed 8, there are modular, they have modular architecture because if you want to add one more amplifier, you just can do it because yesterday you worked with 4-channel device and tomorrow you will work with 8-channel devices, for example, if you need. Also, it has a wide range of accessories, including functional keyboards, pedals, and different types of electrical stimulators. Neuromed Micro, the device that you know very well, it is an ultra-portable 2-channel that you can put in your pocket and carry for example, for other room. And the next device is Skybox. It integrates 5 acquisition channels and 2 independent electrical stimulators. It is an expert machine that's usually used in, as I told previously, in big hospitals. And one of my favorite devices is a Lightbox. It has 2 channels. It has a high technical specification and other cool features. Some of them is Vital Tools waveforms. Also, it has 3 channels because you can use, for example, first channel for recorded motor response, second channel for recorded sensory response, and the third channel for recording the needle EMG. You don't need to plug in cables. It saves your time and sometimes your money. And the new generation of the Neuromed is expert class device with high technical specification. We added new accessories for this device, and I think a little bit later, we hope starting from October, maybe in Egypt you also see this device. Besides, on our website, we have special configurations for your practice. For example, for research, for dental medicine, for intensive care units, Neurology, pelvic floor. If you want to know more about these solutions, you can visit our website and see. And some news about our direction about EMG. As Dr. Druzhinin said, we added a solution for joint use of EMG and ultrasound. So we can use ultrasound scanner as a camera and have the both views, EMG curves and ultrasound video in one window. And all data is saved in one report. We added mechanomyography sensor. Mechanomyography is used for tremorography. Tremor is an important parameter of practice of a neurologist. And we have the 2-way assess the tremor. First of all, we can use surface electrodes. We can apply them to the extensor and flexor muscles and assess bioelectrical signal from muscle. But this is a qualitative parameter, not quantitative. So we can use mechanomyography sensor and also apply them on the limb and assess the move of the limb in a space. So software will calculate the frequency, and the different frequency have their own character. So it means that different diseases has his own frequency. For example, it can be used with a patient who has Parkinson. And one more solution for dentists. We have occlusion and chewing analysis. It means that you can analyze masticatory muscles during the rest, during the chewing, and during the maximum clenching. All data present you in easy understand tables, diagrams. With that you can walk to assess the muscle condition. And maybe half an hour ago we added an automatic demyelinating criteria. It is an automatic calculation of chronic inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy criteria. It means that you don't need to do something manually. All works. The software do, and it's very easy to provide this examination. As for pattern, we added 2 fixation points for pattern, and now you can add 2 points and add it at any picture you want. For example, if you work with children, you can add some pretty icon, like in the slide. And at the end, I'd like to say about our features and what we're famous for. And I'd like to say that we have the best software. And that's not only our position, not only my opinion, a lot of specialists all over the world say it. Because we have a lot of different techniques, our 70 and more than 400 ready-to-use test templates. All necessary techniques we have in a, magic. All necessary techniques we have in a basic delivery set, starting from motor sensory CV, surface EMG, spontaneous activity, and ending jitter, unit, CMF scan, and PET-associated magnetic stimulation, and so on. And one more useful tool is test templates. We have ready-to-use templates in a basic delivery set, but if you want to create your own test templates, you also can do it. It saves your time and allows to create multiple configurations for different users. All our devices are multifunctional, and you can create a system which is right for you. For example, you have a Neurology micro or light box, and you would like to examine EP. You can add a special model for this, and you start do EMG, NCS, and EP. Then, when you want to do something more, you think, I want a magnetic stimulator, and the result has magnetic stimulator. And you are available with EMG, NCS, EP, and diagnostic TMS. With diagnostic TMS, as Alexander said today, you will have opportunity with single pulse and paired pulse stimulation, and all techniques which allows you to do techniques that you see at the slide. Motor response threshold, root delay, stimulation is used not only for diagnosis. We offer you a solution for rehabilitation, and it's used, and it has a really wide application because you can use it for treatment after stroke, after spinal cord injuries, for example, after depression, for depression treatment, or for treatment in urology. We have a wide range of accessories, as I said, pedals, keyboards, different types of electrical stimulators, but I'd like to say some words about electrical stimulator Pro 2, which have a number of buttons, and I think so modern design. Here you can see some buttons. It is a single and periodic stimulus, intensity encoder, and OK button. And which is important, you have two additional buttons. You can program it as you can. So this device you can use like stimulator and like some keyboard, because you can program these buttons. And of course, our software provided by exam window. I think it is a good tool for beginners. Maybe not only for beginners. And as you know, we have a high automation level, online MVP classification, MVP composition, online jitter, and so on. That's all save your time and maybe money. Oh. It's my fault. One more slide. Yes, we have a extensive system of reference values. Now we use Preston's norms. Also we have norms for children's, and if you have added your own norms, you also can do it. Don't forget about our data stimulator. It's fully integrated in the EMG machine, and if you have other EMG machine, not Microsoft, you also can work with diagnostic equipment. You can synchronize it. And we always take care about our users and try to provide them educational materials. So here you can see a QR code. You can scan it, and you will see. I'm ending. It's my last slide. And we try to provide educational videos, and you can see it on our website. So that's all. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions or any feedback as our users, you of course ask us. It's very important for us because it helps us become better. Thank you. What do you think about break? 10 minutes break. Or we will continue. Break? Okay, 10 minutes break. Мне кажется, просто сейчас дальше уже все завянут и все. Мне же неудобно так переключать, скакать. Micro?
It's for doctor.
Да, в 20-40. Если вы хотите.
Так вот, доберется как-то еще.
Ну вот.
Надо поговорить по цене. Но он, видите, хочет прям туда подъехать с этим направлением. Хотя,
Вот.
в принципе...
Но тут будут всякие прожектора, но это на удаление. Так-то вот они видны
Красиво,
прям.
конечно. Красиво. Ну, необычно так для нас.
Да.
Виды.
Так что, ну, как хотите.
Может, как вы скажете. Может, в гостях.
Начинаем?
Ага, есть.
Раз, два, один.
Есть предложение?
Ну, let's start.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a minute, but just whoa.
Раз, два, раз.
Micro is alive. So, Dr. Dragini will continue his lecture.
Thank you, Anton. In next, раз. Там включить.
Раз. А он садится.
Он садится.
Раз, он тоже работает.
Раз. Okay, let's continue. In next, we talk about the myasthenia gravis. It's a serious illness. Usually, they mimic in myopathy. Huh? One, two. It's a serious illness, usually mimicking myopathy. No, I think congenital myasthenia is most difficult disease for two diagnoses. The pathogenesis will be based the disorders of protein in synaptic connection, in presynaptic, postsynaptic proteins, and maybe some enzyme in the synaptic cleft. The pathogenesis will be based on the production antibody, maybe toxic effect, maybe other, or maybe congenital disorders of protein structure. It's two groups, the main groups for neuromuscular disorders are acquired, autoimmune, paraneoplastic, and toxic disorders, and congenital, when the base of the genetic defects. Myasthenia gravis is a classic autoimmune disease caused by production of antibody to synaptic and extrasynaptic structure, manifested by muscle weakness. The frequency of occurrence is 1 per 10,000 population. This is the most common autoimmune disease. This is a very interesting slide. How has life extensive changes in patients over 100 years? The inclusion of new treatment has made a huge difference in the survival of these patients. You see, when the new methods including plasma exchanges, thymectomy, 1939, and steroids, tracheostoma, endotracheal intubation, positive ventilation, and steroid 1966, and life extension survival was good, and diagnosis, novel prevalence of myasthenia gravis were increased, you see. The main date is 1915. 70 patients with myasthenia gravis were dead. In 1945, 30 patients were dead. After 1969, 6 patients were dead. And now, lethal cases, it's not usually situation. It's very, very rare situation. Autoimmune disease with antibody acetylcholine reception and other function structure of the postsynaptic membrane is neuromuscular synapse. The only manifestation of the disease is muscle weakness, may be generalized or may be local. Symptom of pathology is muscle fatigue. Two peaks include early onset, 30 years, usually women, and late onset, 80, 90 years, usually men. Almost always oculomotor muscles are involved, ptosis and diplopia. Ptosis and diplopia may be only manifestation, asymmetric, dynamic, fluctuation of weakness. 50% of case symptoms are limited to the oculomotor muscles, 15 patients. Only the eyes muscle are affected with 2 years, sometimes more, and 9% never generalize, only ocular forms. Weakness in the limb is symmetrical. The arms are involved more than the legs. They may weakness of the neck flexion and may be pattern of drop head. In 66 patients of case, weakness in distal muscles during the late stage of the disease. Tender reflex are not alterated. Weakness of the bulbar muscles accompanied by the development of dysphagia dysarthria. Patients lose weight. The pharyngeal reflex is preserved. 10% patients develop local atrophy. Atrophy of the bulbar muscles is characteristic of mask myasthenia. In more than 80 persons with anti-chemical wave care, anti-tank infection. Only 50% of those with the ocular form are found to have antibody. In this absence of antibody diagnosis confirm of the clinical picture, neurophysiological test, response to therapy. Mask myasthenia never manifested with oculomotor disorders and is always generalized. Course exacerbation remission, 10% patients have spontaneous remissions. Myasthenia crisis is a condition in which the patient needs mechanic ventilation. Clinic of symptom pathological muscle fatigue, dynamic of weakness, predominance of weakness in the proximal muscle of the extremities, laboratory diagnosis antibody to acetylcholine reception, to mask-specific tyrosine kinase, mask antibody, AMG rhythmic stimulation, document test with or without Proserin test with photo and video recording, ice-pick test with cooling some muscle, with cold elements in some muscles. CT mediastinum detection the thymic tumor of hyperplasia. The symptom of pathologic muscle fatigue. At rest, right side asymmetric ptosis is weakly pronounced. After 10 squats, and increase the right side ptosis. It's physical exercises, after physical exercises. Symptom of pathologic muscle weakness different during the day. In the morning is not serious, in the evening most serious. You see a little weakness, a little ptosis in the evening. And the day, not serious ptosis. AMG examination to document tests in the deltoid muscles. Deltoid muscles, orbicularis oculi muscles, digasticus muscles, and maybe trapezius muscles. Some myasthenia have positive decrement only trapezius muscles. And not specific distal muscles of the arm and leg. And usually we do not perform decrement test in the distal muscles. Only for postsynaptic disorders, Lambert-Eaton syndrome, we perform tetanus on the distal muscles. Actually, very rare perform these methods because they're painful. Decrement test is a response to low frequency stimulation of 3 Hz, post-activation performance enlargement, post-activation exertion, decrement test against the background of Proserin test, and positive decrement test, first test, you find the decrement. Specific of this pattern, maximal decrease amplitude with the first and second curve, first and second response, and third, fourth, and 5, you see a plateau, do not changes of amplitude usually. It's a U curve, U-like curve, and this pattern characterized by form myasthenia. Patients with post-activation performance, after the first stage we make physical exercises, for example abduction of arm or close eyes and other. You can use this mic. Okay. So his battery charge. Okay. And 1, 2. Не слышно? Раз, два.
Everything was okay. He was back.
Okay. After the isometric muscle tension with the maximum efforts, we perform again decrement test with electrical stimulation 5 stimul with 3 Hz frequency, and find post-activation performance enlargement. You see more decrease amplitudes and increase amplitude and decrease decrement. After the 1 or 2 minutes, we perform third test. It's post-activation exertion. Sample after 1 or 2 minutes. And if we find the positive, usually we perform a decrement test. 2 milliliters of Proserin subcutaneous injection, and after the 30 minutes we assessment the patients and perform decrement test with 3 probe. If we find the rhythmic stimulation of 10 stimul, we find the U-shaped curve with the increase amplitude in the starts and increase amplitude, decrease amplitude in the start, increase amplitude in the end, U-wave curves. For example, this is a patient with positive decrement test and perform a Proserin test. You see a strong ptosis in this man, bilateral symmetrical ptosis. He used frontal muscles for opening his eyes. The decrement were very large, 45%, and you see a post-activation and 3 probe you see. And after injection of Proserin, you see good muscles response, good response. The ptosis will increase, the eyes was open. The myasthenia gravis in children is 10-30%. Clinical is similar. You see kids with myasthenia, not congenital, it's dysomun myasthenia, with severe ptosis, with a weakness. You see the kids floppy, like a floppy baby. It's with weakness of his arm and brave. Amplitude of document 33%. Proserin test is positive. For example, Proserin test with photofixation in adult woman before the introduction of Proserin and 30 minutes after Proserin injection. You see open his eyes. You see a good response after for Proserin test and good picture included reduction of severity of ptosis. For example, Proserin test with photofixation in adult men before the introduction of Proserin and 30 minutes after of 2 milliliters of Proserin. You see a good response, open his eyes, and he told me that he was very good weakness, good muscle strength in his face. Icepick test. Icepick test is a good test. We get a cooled element to the eyes and find some reduction of the ptosis after the cooling. This is the example of icepick test in patients, adult patients. And icepick test 2, in the patients you see a response, the good open eyes. Severity of neuromuscular transmission disorders in myasthenia gravis correlated with muscle strength is very important. If you see a very strong weakness, but document tests were not serious, maybe 20%, it's not myasthenia gravis. I think to find any neuromuscular disorders, for example, neuropathy or motor neuron disease and other, document up to 20% mild disorders of neuromuscular transmission, muscle strength 4 and 5 points of the MRC scale, document up to the 30% moderate impairment, muscle strength 3 points on MRC scale, document 30-60% pronounced disorders, muscle strength 2-3 points, document more than 60% pronounced disorders, muscle strength 1-2 points. The absence of document is clinically weak muscle virtuality eliminated myasthenia gravis. Sometimes there may be block in mask myasthenia gravis. The mask myasthenia. The absence of document is a clinically in fact muscle does not exclude myasthenia gravis, and the examination of the clinically intact muscle is not informative. Clinical intact muscle is not informative. Assessment of severity of clinical manifestation myasthenia gravis. This is international classification of American Foundation of Autoimmune Myasthenia Gravis. Class 1, external ophthalmoparesis, weakness is in closing the eyes is possible. The strength of the muscle is not alterated in the day. Class 2, mild weakness of muscle other than the eyes, any degree of the severity of external ophthalmoparesis and also possibility. 2A, preferential involvement of the muscle of the limb or the trunk, minimal involvement of oropharyngeal muscles since possible. And 2B, preferential involvement of oropharyngeal and respiratory muscles, weakness of the muscle of the limb and or trunk is also possible to leisure of the same extent as weakness of the bulbar and respiratory muscles. Third class, moderate weakness of the muscles than the eyes. Any degree of severity external ophthalmoparalysis is also possible. 3A type, preferential involvement of the muscle and the limb. 3B, preferential involvement of the oropharyngeal and respiratory muscles. Weakness of the muscles of the limb or trunk is also possibility to leisure to same extent and weakness of the bulbar respiratory muscles. 4 class, severe weakness of muscles than the eyes, any degree external ophthalmoparalysis. 4A, preferential involvement, muscle of limb, minimal involvement oropharyngeal muscle. 4B, weakness of the muscle limb and trunk, and also possibility to leisure same extent weakness of the bulbar and respiratory muscles. And 4-5 class condition requirement intubation, except in case of routine use of intubation in the postoperative periods. Difference diagnosis: botulism, infection, Guillain-Barré syndrome, Miller-Fisher syndrome, stroke, it's a stroke, multiple sclerosis, Lambert-Eaton syndrome, tumor of the brain, cavernous thrombosis, polymyositis, dermatomyositis, maybe local myositis of neck, myositis of the face muscles, endocrine ophthalmopathy, Graves' ophthalmopathy, thyroid dysfunction, congenital myasthenia gravis, mitochondrial myopathy. In case with mitochondrial myopathy, you see changes of contour of eyes and frontal muscles. Complaint and anamnesis: myasthenia gravis develops slowly. Document test was positive. Prosarin test, photo and video recording is usually we perform. Antibodies to acetylcholine and mask receptor. And a little about the treatment of myasthenia gravis. Symptomatic anticholinesterase drug, calamine, 60 mg. Pathogenic treatment and management is corticosteroid, methylprednisolone, intravenous immunoglobulin, high volume plasmapheresis up 2500 milliliter per kilogram of weight, cytostatic, azathioprine, monoclonal antibody, revolizumab, and thymectomy. Myasthenia gravis therapeutic recommendation: first line, prednisolone, thymectomy. Effect in 1-2 years. Second line, azathioprine, cyclosporine, a week, intravenous immunoglobulin. Third line, methotrexate, plasmapheresis. Fourth line, rituximab. Fifth line, cyclophosphamide, revolizumab. This is a slide with all drugs and the mechanism of action with dose and some risk of these drugs. Myasthenia gravis patient treatment requirement. Diagnosis is confirmed. We must be use pyridostigmine, prepare for thymectomy if the age low 50 years of thymoma. If we find the remission, pyridostigmine. If no, prednisolone, azathioprine. If effect is good, low doses of corticosteroids, no rituximab, cyclophosphamide. Thymectomy, yes or no? Myasthenia gravis and thymomas, yes, we perform thymectomy. Myasthenia gravis and antibody to acetylcholine receptor, yes. Myasthenia gravis with mask antibody, not recommended. Not recommended. Operate in a stable condition. If there are bulbar disorders, plasmapheresis, intravenous immunoglobulin. Repeat improvement operated. 136 patients, group 1 in prednisolone, group 2 thymectomy plus prednisolone. The dose of corticosteroid is low, less than exacerbation. Myasthenic crisis is a condition that requires respiratory support or mechanical ventilation. Acute respiratory fails. You see a patient with myasthenic crisis with tetraparesis, low reflexes, ptosis, decrement is negative, initially low amplitude of M wave, single muscle fibers positive, Prosarin test negative, MRI of the brain without acute changes, protein in cerebral fluid 1 gram on liter. You see without some weakness of distal part of muscles, but respiratory disorders, dyspnea, and normal muscle strain in the leg. Decrement test. The onset of myasthenia gravis lower 4 weeks is usually negative, later 4 weeks is positive. Lower M response, insufficient muscles count is tested in the hospital. Jitter single muscle fiber CMG was always positive in all myasthenia, but actually for jitter you need special electrodes for jitter. Conclusion. Myasthenic crisis clinical diagnosis. Actually, it's not instrumental diagnosis. Electrophysiologic diagnosis is a clinical diagnosis. Saturation and blood gases at the beginning of the crisis may not be changed. There have been no decrement with rhythmic stimulation myasthenic crisis. Antibody to acetylcholine reception sensitive 90%. Remission, stable complete remission, a patient without a myasthenia gravis clinical or without taking drugs for the least 12 months. Pharmacological remission, a patient without a myasthenia gravis clinic taking drugs other than anticholinesterase drugs. Factor the case of myasthenia gravis exacerbation. 30% is infection, 15% there is vaccination, 11% drugs that cause deterioration in myasthenia gravis, and 24% drugs were not prescribed. 8% not compliance with doctor's recommendations, not compliance with doctor's recommendation. 6% associated surgery, 5% inadequate treatment, 4% social significant stress, 4% diagnosis error, and 24% case unknown. Myasthenia and pregnancy, 31% of women deterioration, 29% improvement, 30% no changes. Exacerbation are likely the first trimester and in the postpartum periods, does not depend on the control of disease before conception. 30% of women require mechanism ventilation during pregnancy in the postural periods. Pregnancy does not have any adverse effect on the disease. Termination of pregnancy is not indicated. Epidural anesthesia is not contraindicated. 10 or 12% in newborn have a transient neonatal myasthenia gravis. There is no relationship between the severity of myasthenia gravis in the mother and the occurrence of transient myasthenia gravis in newborn. Observation of the children, in most cases, improvement after 3-4 weeks. Prednisolone is safe during pregnancy, fetal action category C. Intravenous immunoglobulin, pyridostigmine, rituximab, fetal action category C. Azathioprine should not be prescribed, fetal action category D. head cerebral palsy, polydactyly, and other. Preeclampsia, eclampsia, levetizumab, Kepra. Cytostatic are contraindicated during lactation. Rituximab during lactation is sufficient data. Thank you. And next, we talk about the other MG and other neuromuscular disorders. And first of all, we talk about the myopathy. Actually, MG is not primary methods used for diagnosis of primary muscles disease. Do you see this table? This is a Duchenne, Baker, myopathy, limb belt, progressive myodystrophy congenital, Emerly-Dreyfus, shoulder scapula facial, and other. AMG in third step. In first step, it's DNA, genetic analysis, biopsy, and AMG only third step. This is a course of the difficult to interpret it, the results and the selectivity of the muscle damage. However, the advance of muscle MRI has allowed many researchers to future use of AMG as a diagnostic tool. But if we find the periodic paraplegia, congenital myotonia, AMG may be used with severity specific. What we will see in patients with myopathy, muscle fiber can break down due to improved function of protein. This leads to a smaller number of muscle fibers in the motor units. Collateral sprouting is not developing. There will no denervation. The number of muscle fibers becomes smaller, then the duration of the motor unit will decrease. The classic myogenic pattern characterized by a large number of small short duration and high amplitude potential and low amplitude potential. This is a study of the deltoid muscles, which are proximal muscles in patients with scapuloperoneal myopathy. The average duration of this potential is 8 milliseconds. The deviation from the average value is 22%, which is within the normal range of 50%. The muscles are affected unevenly, and this can be clearly seen to muscle MRI scan. We can see the specific muscle pattern and involvement and the normal structure of the other muscles, and some muscles were abnormal. For example, if we see patients with Becker muscular dystrophy, you find a specific pattern with the changes of gastrocnemius muscles, but normal of tibial anterior muscles. It's very difficult to choose key muscles for research by MG, because if you try to use tibial anterior in patients with myodystrophy Duchenne, you respond a good results in these muscles. But if you find the gastrocnemius muscles, you see bad results with a strong changes. For example, we recommended use ultrasound for testing and for visualizations key muscles for prepare of perform needle MG. This is a boy with Duchenne, with myodystrophy of Duchenne. Creatine phosphokinase in 3,000, and we perform an ultrasound and find various hyperchogenic gastrocnemic muscles, but normal soleus muscles. Soleus muscles were normal. And we perform an MRI in these kids and see a specific pattern of more changes in the gastrocnemius muscles. We perform a needle EMG and find classical myogenic patterns in these patients. You try to navigate your needle EMG in the specific site of the muscles. You perform both methods with ultrasound and with EMG, and controlled site of needle EMG position in specific muscles and controlled sites with maximal contraction of muscles in these cases. But actually we have a specific protocol of the myopathy, including of gastrocnemius muscles, lateral head, vastus lateralis, extensor digitorum communis muscles. Stimulation EMG medial and tibial nerves, and stimulation EMG sensory potential. For example, some of patients have concomitant pathology with neuropathy. Clinical assessment in patients with myopathy is first line. You see a technique of goes with myodystrophy Duchenne. He can't stand up. He can't stand up. He try, and he use his arm for stand up. He try. He can't stand up. He try. It's Duchenne. It's myodystrophy Duchenne. He try. And this is a Gover's symptom. Now, just look. He helpful his arm for stand-upping. This is the patients with widened scapula lata in patient with myopathy, limb onset myopathy. You see scapula lata, weakness of proximal muscles. Weakness of proximal he can't abduction his arm, and this is a typically clinical of myopathy. And I want to ask you, do you know purpose of EMG in this case? This is myopathy. It's not another level of injury. It's not motor neuron disease, yes? It's not polyneuropathy. It's not another disease. Why perform EMG for these patients? Yeah.
The patient is adult enough to have a recent complaint about the winging of the scapula. There is 3 types of winging of the scapula, whether it is posterior, superior, or lateral. It can be associated if the patient is giving a clear history of trauma to affection of the nerve. The role of nerve conduction study is to exclude the presence of nerve lesion that can affect these areas, and also to confirm is it a pure myopathy or muscle dystrophy. Myopathy will respond more better for medical treatment as stenosis. Muscle dystrophy, I saw many cases like this, especially scapuloperoneal muscle dystrophy, facioscapuloperoneal muscle dystrophy, that they are not responding well to the medical treatment. The patient can know what is the lesion and where is the lesion, and what is the pathology to know the prognosis and how to deal with the progression of these conditions. I will perform it for them.
I see. Yeah, it's you reason correctly. Yes. If some concomitant pathology, maybe change management strategy, maybe. This patients with progressive limb and waist muscular dystrophy, he tried to stand up. This patients, we have a genetic consultation and find the target gen mutation, and we have a free panel of genetic analysis for these kids, and our institutes have performed genetic tests. EMG, we perform only one один раз. one time, and never repeat MG in the during this period of disease. In next, it's a proximal weakness. This is a Bedlam myopathy. Symmetrical involvement of proximal muscles, both sides, quadriceps femoris, biceps femoris. We perform ultrasound all of these patients. We find the most changes of echogenicity of muscles and perform EMG in these muscles. Some of these patients have another patterns, maybe a scapuloperoneal patterns. The peroneal muscles were very changes, and with scapular lata, it's maybe scapuloperoneal muscular atrophy, it's maybe scapuloperoneal dystrophy and other cases. This is the most non-specific patterns of myopathy. This is a patient with Bedlam. And what about the MG? Electromyography in myopathy in the infants, in the kids, we find a decreased amplitude of motor unit potential, increased number of motor unit potential with polyphasic motor unit potential. Registration sponose activity only in 33 cases, but usually we don't find any spontaneous activity in these cases. Increased specificity and sensitivity of use of single fiber myography, macro MG, and scanning MG, and using ultrasound to identify muscles with most strain changes and increase MG sensitivity. Actually, the gold standard for diagnosis of myopathy is MRI of muscles with the protocol of femur, peroneal, and arm. But this cases is myotonia and myotonic phenomenon. You see myotonic discharge. The value of MG somewhat higher here. Usually we can see in patient an increases tone of the muscles at the hand when they're stuck with the hammer, and very typical for myotonia. If you ask the patient clench their fists, they quickly in clench. Then you signal you have a notice characteristic pattern of slow movement. The hands open slowly. It's a specific disorders for myotonia. Specific disorders for myotonia. You see. The patients with the myotonia Thompson, it's a beautiful contour of their muscles. It's like these young kids does to gym every day and train his muscle every day. But this is things of this myotonia. In MG you find the myotonic discharge, myotonic signal, myotonia Becker, for example, slowly unclench, yeah, and you see MG, sound without sound. Sorry, I think you know about what's the sound. It's sound airplane or motorcycle. It's myotonic phenomenon is more specific in each neurophysiologist know about these sound effects in the patients with myotonia. Becker and myotonia Thompson and Becker, it's genetic disorders, and we find the family of these boys. If in their family we find the patients with disease, it's a maybe Becker disease. It's in family all parents were good to that we think about the Thompson, myotonia Thompson. Periodic paralysis, it's a group of rare genetic disease the leg weakness and paralysis by periods. These kids have absence of movement. And a few days ago, he's walking and he had normal muscular activity. And now you see that he can't movement his arm, but he can talk. It's very rare with hypokalemic periodic paralysis and hyperkalemic periodic paralysis. It's a dysfunction of the ion channel of skeletal muscles cell membrane that you find the normal by EMG, normal conduction EMG, and by needle EMG changes of MAP, not specific changes of MAP. Ptosis with or without ophthalmoparesis. It's the patients with myasthenia, with oculopharyngeal myopathy. The first signs is changes of voice, changes of changes of his voice, changes articulation, and the disease were progressive, and the patients progressive weakness and maybe to get a tracheostoma, you see. And after the tracheostoma, the patient's clinical muscle activity decrease, the better. And the patients stand up and go home from intubation. It's oculopharyngeal muscular dystrophy. It's good prognosis if we can take intubation for these patients. And oculopharyngeal muscle dystrophy in this man and this woman in a tracheostoma. Pattern of scapuloperoneal muscles weakness. You see a weakness of proximal part of arm and distal part of leg. These patients can't extension foot, can abduction his arm. And do you see the typically patients with progressive muscular dystrophy with scapuloperoneal pattern? You see drop foot syndrome. You see drop foot syndrome. And scapula lata and weakness of proximal muscles. Weakness of proximal. It's a progressive muscle weakness for specific old man with a high level of creatine phosphokinase, with changes of MRI and changes of AMG. Actually, AMG changes not specific for each of this myopathy. Non-specific decrease duration, amplitude, polyphasic, it's not specific parameters. Clinically, assessment is very first line, first typically for management these patients. Actually, we in a clinically find the target gen and get the patients for genetic testing only on the clinical signs. MG, yes, we perform MG. We perform a standard protocol MG, including stimulated motor and sensory fibers. We perform a needle MG, peroneal muscles, and deltoid muscles. But if on AMG we have a normal results, and these results not correlated with the clinically, it's not changes our strategy and management. For example, these patients with scapuloperoneal muscular dystrophy, this is the age of 15th, this is a girl. He can't extend his foot. He have a weakness of arm. distal myopathy. Distal myopathy may be, for example, Mioshi myopathy. It's very difficult for diagnosis, maybe. If you find the normal extensor digitorum brevis, yeah, extensor digitorum brevis were normal, but tibial anterior and peroneal muscles, you think about the Mioshi myopathy. Polyneuropathy, for differential diagnosis, polyneuropathy have weakness of short muscles of the foot and peroneal muscles. And myopathy, normal short muscles on the foot, abnormal of peroneal groups. And each signs the posterior part of muscles, gastrocnemius and soleus, may be normal, and anterior part of muscles abnormal. And this is the point to use ultrasound of muscles for this case. If we perform ultrasound in the target muscles, you see abnormal white changes, white muscles, white heterogeneity muscles, changes muscles, and you choose these muscles for AMG, the first line. And if you find by ultrasound the normal muscles, normal heterogeneity muscles, it's the second line to find AMG and normal muscles. This is the best case. This is the best case. Is the patients with the weakness of him are. It may be for differential diagnosis, may cervical radiculopathy, maybe thoracicus outlet syndrome, maybe polyneuropathy, carpal tunnel syndrome, other nosology. But when we perform ultrasound, I see superficial digitorum. It's normal, but deep flexion of digit farm is abnormal. It's very changes of heterogeneity. But this is the muscles innervated of medial nerve. Medial nerve innervated superficial digitorum flexion and deep digitorum flexion. And this is a normal, this is abnormal. It's IBM. Polymyositis included body myositis, including body myositis. It's a specific pattern. It's simple diagnosis if you use ultrasound. If you use EMG, you may site your needle electrode in the normal superficial muscle and you find the normal. If you use ultrasound, you see interesting phenomenon, changes of deep and normal superficial digitorum. When the patient when the patients try to stand up, just look, weakness, proximal weakness. And old people, old men is typically for including body myositis, And this is example when the ultrasound quickly changes your paradigm of diagnosis. Yeah, really, quickly. 2 minutes, and that's okay. Actually, yes, we perform AMG, stimulated motor and sensory medial and ulnar nerve. We perform a needle AMG to find the myogenic changes in deep flexion of digitorum. Yes, but we know about this nosology. We know from a few minutes after the patients come to our office. Different manifestation, and okay, conclusion about the myopathy. We think the best practice to combine both AMG and ultrasound. First of all, we perform ultrasound changes of muscles, and second, we perform needle AMG. If the patient have MRI muscles, it's good, but usually the patient didn't have any MRI results, and we perform AMG first. Creatine phosphokinase, yes. Genetic, yes. Biopsy, yes. And now we talk about motor neuron disease. Different manifestation of upper and lower motor neuron disease. The necessary is distinguishing between the upper and lower motor neuron disease. The upper motor neuron is located in precentral gyrus of the brain. It's gigant pyramidal cells of bats. Its clinical picture consists symptom of central paralysis. On the other hand, the lower motor neuron disease can be found in anterior horns of the spinal cords. Its clinical picture includes a symptom of peripheral paralysis. And this table, you see upper motor neuron disease predominance, tropical spastic paralysis, primary lateral sclerosis, funicular myellosis, B11 insufficiency, and Cooper deficiency, and other. Lower motor neuron disease, spinal muscular atrophy. That's simple, yeah. Monomyelic amyotrophy, West Nile, fever, polymyelitis, congenital hypothyroidism, hyperparathyroidism, Lyme disease, paraneoplastic syndrome, and the joint, it's a ALS patient, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. And let's talk about amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. The worldwide incidence per 2-3 per year in 1,000 people over 50 years of age. The overtime lifetime risk to develop an ALS in 315 in men and 400 in women. The risk increases with the age peaking at 75 years. About 10% of cases are hereditary forms. Only 10% have a hereditary. Twin studies have shown heritability in 60%, environment influence 30%. Many different clinical variants of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. In some can be difficult for diagnosis. This disease can begin with the speech impairment without muscle weakness. These patients, he can speak, but he's a normal muscle of arm and leg without atrophy, without fasciculation, but he can speak. He can speak. Weakness of bulbar muscles. It's the first things during 3 years only can't speak. From a few 3 years, he generalized. He have a weakness of arm, feet, for generalized fasciculation, and poor prognosis. Drop head, the weakness of neck. Differential diagnosis for myositis of neck. It's very strong, several similar clinical, the same may be, but myositis have a good response in corticosteroids, and ALS actually no. MG protocol about the patients with drop head syndrome. First of all, we chose maximum changes of muscles. It's neck muscles. In second line, we find the muscles not changes, biceps, delta muscles. And if we have a normal biceps and delta and more changes in the neck muscles, we think about the maybe myositis and perform MRI, perform ultrasound too. And maybe myopathy drop head syndrome. For example, this is a rare myopathy disease. If patients have generalized changes of arm and leg, it's a motor neuron disease, it's ALS. If no, maybe asymmetrical patterns. Asymmetrical patterns look like cubital tunnel syndrome. You see atrophy of first interosseous muscles, asymmetrical. One hand was atrophy and one normal. Maybe it's tunnel, but without sensory disorders. You can't, you don't find the sensory disorders. NMG is very, very good methods to find the normal sensory potential in this case. If patients have atrophy of first interosseous nerve, it's severus tunnel, cubital tunnel syndrome, maybe. Or maybe it's ILS, upper. It's motor neuron disease when the sensory was normal and the not cubital tunnel syndrome. Lower patients with the lumbar onset with the weakness of his leg. The man with weakness of his arm too. Excuse me? Yes. Okay, and other is progressive bulbar palsy, dropping nexin, asymmetrical open, brachial diplegia, man in the barrel, Lowell paraplegia, and other. Rare clinical presentation is weight decrease. The patients in each years have slow his weight without atrophy, without fasciculation, only increase weight. Atypically, presentation is only lower motor neuron and include upper motor neuron disease after 4 or 5 years. Okay. And by EMG, when you find the loss of motor neuron, we find the changes of the muscles. Changes of the muscles, the patients have more large territory of motor unit potential. Intramuscular fibrosis, and you see this pattern in the ultrasound. And we make some scientific research with artificial intelligence. We make net and learn we make a deep learning in normal muscles, abnormal muscles, and some intermediate changes of muscles. And we make 1,000 cases of ultrasound images and download in network, and we perform a deep learning this network. Why? For prognosis of progression of ALS disease in the future. Okay. Just amazing. This 0 point is a normal muscles. This is a final point. It's muscles were dead. It's total denervation and muscles fibrosis only. Yeah. This 100 persons, it's 0 persons. The artifact intelligence with deep learning to find the point of this graphics, where is the muscles now in a patient with ALS, you see? And if we find the 1 point of this graphic, and we find that during 2 time periods, first and second, and we try to find the speed of movement, this point on this graph, if you understand me. If you understand me. And this is, network is working, yeah, really. And really we try to prognosis how a speed of progression of ALS patients we try to see. It's very interesting because it's fatal disease, yeah. It's a very difficult disease. But the patient must be know his potential lifetime, we think. Spontaneous activity, yes, we find the ALS patients, And our protocol of ILS patient including normal muscles, for example, maybe biceps are normal muscles, extensor digitorum, and weakness muscles. In the upper limb, lower limb, we find the two muscles, the most weakness and most strong, with most good muscles. Good muscles and bad muscles, you see? Good muscles and bad muscles in the lower limb, good muscles and bad in the upper limb, in the paravertebral muscles and bulbar muscles, including trapezius muscles and maybe mentalis and other. Changes of motor unit potential is very difficult for analysis because actually patients must be requirement map. A patient with ILS have a difficult for requirement motor unit potential. He have a weakness, and I ask patients, please contract the muscles. He can't. He can't make a movement. He can't movement good, and this is not strong data for analysis and for diagnosis of ILS patients. We make muscle histopathology, histochemical, and find the grouping of motor unit potential in patients. Actually we make methods for visualization of territory of motor unit. Actually, it's very good methods. He's working in the tibial anterior muscles. You must be rhythmic stimulated of peroneal nerve and visualization of tibial anterior muscles and define the small area which contraction. This methods for visualization of motor unit. That's in ALS patient we have a grouping of motor unit potential, and motor unit potential territory was very large. Not chest pattern, it's very large, big muscles. Все? Ну, нет. Заканчивать. Как закончить? Сколько закончишь? 20 минут. 20 minutes, okay?
Не, это Ахмеду. Потом ланч, и если люди останутся, мы продолжим, потому что начинают уходить просто.
Okay. Algorithm for ALS patients, including, and for example, I show you perform AMG of tonico, lingua, huh? Tongue. It's very simple perform, with a needle AMG. This one. This. It's not painful. Really, it's not painful. And we perform AMG tongue. For useful ultrasound, we perform fasciculation. Yes, fasciculation. But in usually practice, you know about patients with bassophobia. In patients with have any contraction of their muscles, and he very actions, he very he very scared his maybe disease, and he feeling some contraction of their body. And fasciculation, two parameters. First, irregular contraction. You see irregular contraction. It's a characteristic for fasciculation in ALS patients. It's tongue and fasciculation in tongue. Irregular fasciculation, but the patient with bassophobia have a regular contraction. some area of muscles were contracted. Contracted, contracted, contracted. Okay, no, but I think you know more about the ALS disease, and I talk about some AMG newborns. Difficult in requirement in the patient with a newborn. When we can't use screening genetic tests by spinal muscular atrophy, the MG was be methods which find that any changes of muscles. But when we use screening genetic test, MG, we stop to use AMG in routine practice. The first line genetic test, spinal muscular atrophy, without AMG actually. But congenital muscular myasthenia and any congenital myopathy may be possibility to find in this patient. It's spinal muscular atrophy 0. You see a very floppy baby, difficult breathing, apnoea, trend of reflexes was normal, atrophy, and death during do not survive behind 6 months. Spinal muscular atrophy 1, Wernicke-Goffman disease, pathological pose, difficult breathing, several hypotension, hyperreflexia, hyperkinesia, possibility of potential curable condition. You know about any drugs, any treatment to spinal muscular atrophy 1. With possibility differential diagnosis with acute motor axonal polyneuropathy. The parents of these kids show you that's normal kids. In newborns, he was normal baby. It's normal, but in the same time, he's very, very weakness, acute weakness. He make acute weakness, and it's not characterized by spinal muscular atrophy. And we think about the maybe it's acute motor axonal polyneuropathy, dysimmune polyneuropathy, and screening of AMG we perform. Надо?
Очень просят закончить сейчас.
Вообще?
Ну, потому что там время.
Хорошо.
Потом, если останется,
Okay. We must make a break. Yeah. Lunch. Lunch. Yeah.
ممكن ناخد اللانش بس وممكن نرجع نكمل
Голодные все сидят.
Да?
Голодные все сидят. А ты переживаешь, что они сейчас просто все смотаются.
Есть. А потом будет еще время или?
Если там кто-нибудь останется, то да, можно продолжить будет лекцию и жалко
provide workshop. It's for doctor.
Thank you very much for the valuable lecture. I'm wondering, can you send it to me by email or not?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Yeah,
sure.
I appreciate. Yeah, this is my email then.
Okay.
Okay, I will be very happy actually. if you can
Okay,
send it to me.
I've get a photo and I show you.
Okay then.
And I write my email.
Oh, yes, please. Great. It's D, yes.
D.
Okay.
D.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 1. And we continue our lecture. It's a Wernicke-Goffman disease, spinal muscular atrophy type 1. The kids never sit, never work, so we will rate up to the 3 years. Intermediate types, type Dubowitz, spinal muscular atrophy type 2. You see atrophy of distal muscles, very strong atrophy. You can try just sensory potential. They can stand up, and short of time he can walk. But sitting down is possible, and then possible to work in pubertat periods. Prognosis for respiratory muscle involvement. Type 3, it's adult type, independent walking in childhood with movement of wheelchair, possible to leave offspring, but in an adult he can't walking. You see hypertrophy of proximal and distal muscles, scoliotic deformation. It's a young boy, young man, 25 years ago. And next type, it's type 4, adult form. It's proximal weakness, distal weakness, possibility maybe some decrease of tolerance of physical activity, does not affect life expectancy, overlap with hereditary motor and sensory polyneuropathy type 2, involvement proximal muscles, mainly lower limb, electrophysiological changes. In this patient, you have a reinnervation and denervation. In next, Kennedy disease. Kennedy disease, X-linked spinal and bulbar muscular atrophy. You must find the SAC repeats in androgenic receptor gen. Prevalence 1 in 50,000 males. No specific treatment has been developed. Only a man with weakness. Women do not illness. There is no clear correlation between the number of SAC repeats and the severity of individual symptom. Have some fasciculation and gynecomastia. Gynecomastia, it's very important signs for this patient with Kennedy. And next, it's Hirayama disease, if you know. It's myelopathy of cervical spinal cords in young adult man. He had atrophy of distal part of muscle, maybe unusual proximal part of muscles. MRI function with functional testes with flexion of head. Mostly male patients, female rarely. It's Hirayama disease. It's a very simple diagnosis. He's not progressive in adult. He stopped it progressive in the 1920 years ago and don't progressive in adult. He was middle weakness of the distal muscles, but they can social and can work in with the make a profession. In next motor neuron disease, it's a lower motor neuron disease. It's polio, West Nile fever. It's a girl was vaccinated against polio, but they have a trip in Asia country and have more weakness with high temperature, with changes of liquid. You see atrophy of distal muscles, the normal sensory potential, the weakness of the abdomen muscles. You see this characteristic weakness of abdomen muscles, transverse abdomen and rectus. Asymmetrical hand weakness, normal leg, without respiratory disorders in these girls. It's a serious sporadic disease, sporadic West Nile fever, poliomyelitis. It's very rare because the vaccination was performed in Russia and other countries. We perform a vaccination of the polio. And this is a motor neuron disease. Yeah. In conclusion, in AMG pattern, we find the normal sensory potential and low amplitude of motor response. Have a denervation and reinnervation in the distal muscles, or maybe a proximal muscle, different patterns. And clinical assessment was mainly two. And the last, I would like to talk about the polyneuropathy patients. It's AMG, it's a normal AMG. If we find the normal motor response in each of level, it's a normal electrophysiological picture. It's normal conduction just velocity, conduction velocity. It's a normal structure of peripheral nerves by histology, normal myelin sheets, normal axons. It's normal correlated between AMG, between pathomorphology. If you find that demyelinated, you find the sum of myelin sheets was broken, this rupture, and usually it's a proximal demyelinated, proximal part of nerve. It's multifocal demyelinated in patient with maybe polyneuropathy, dizzy-moon, CIDP, chronic inflammatory demyelinated polyneuropathy, CIDP. In histology, you see finding bulbous heads. Bulbous heads is dissection of myelin under the axons. You find a very large sum of axons. And nodopathy. Nodopathy, you find the conduction block on such area. In histology, you find the mosaic picture with bulbous hand and normal myelin sheets and axons. It's mosaic picture. It's a patients with nodopathy and paranodopathy. The most famous disease is a multifocal motor neuropathy with conduction block. Conduction block, low amplitude without increase duration of M wave. And axonal neuropathy, when the such of axons is not stimulated, it's not excitable, not excitable. And this is low amplitude without changes of latency and without changes of speed, velocity, and other. And last pattern of changes by EMG is axonal excitability, when you can get any response of muscles. You get supramaximal stimul, electrical stimul, you get other nerve, but all nerve was as excitability. For example, it may be a patient with hereditary polyneuropathy, hereditary axonal polyneuropathy, and other different kind of hereditary polyneuropathy, may be acute dizzy-moon polyneuropathy, and other. Demyelization. Demyelization is some problem with the protein which organized myelin sheets around the axons cell, around the axon cell. PMP22, P0, MPZ, this is the famous proteins which organize myelin sheet around axon. If the myelin sheets were destroyed, you find the some demyelinated with a strong large duration of motor wave, because the sum of impulses was stopped in such area of the peripheral nerve, stopped, and the latency was very increased in the large side. But cross-section area around the curve of motor wave may be a normal. It may be a normal. You see, when you cite this curve for good form with standard cross-section area, you find the normal motor response. In demyelinated, we see changes of cross-section area of peripheral nerves. It's very good, interesting phenomenon, because the sum of the nerve in the demyelinated was large. Cross-section area was increased and some nerve was large. For example, you can touch auriculus posterior nerve on the neck in patient with hereditary polyneuropathy. It's very large nerve, and you can touch in this area and find the nerve in this path. But this phenomenon we can try to use and research by ultrasound. We can find a small nerve. It's a normal small nerve, but in the demyelinated, you see a large nerve, very large nerve. this one. And the reasons for increase cross-section area of peripheral nerve is bulbous head in the histology. It's a dissection of myelin under the axons. And the sum of the axon were very large cross-section area. And much of the axon have a large cross-section area, and all the nerve large cross-section area too. You find it demyelinated. It's a patient with chronic inflammatory polyneuropathy, CIDP, and the special for this disease was multifocal demyelinated. You find the dispersion of motor wave in the proximal path, but usually distal path were normal or maybe small changes. Some of specific is a patient with very large of distal latency. You find the distal latency is 38 millisecond. It's very large. It's a peroneal nerve. It's a peroneal nerve, very large, and the excitability of peroneal nerve was normal, but latency was very large. It's specific for anti-MAC associated polyneuropathy, myelin-associated glycoprotein. It's protein in the nodes of Ranvier, paranodal zone of Ranvier, and if we find some antibody to this protein, you usually find this picture in a patient. Actually, demyelinated have a multiple conduction block or temporal dispersion, increased distal latency, absence or increased F wave, development of sensory axon degeneration as the disease is progressive. For simple, it's hereditary polyneuropathy with first type. It's PMP mutation. It's classical clinical pattern, distal atrophy of peroneal muscles and short muscles on the foot, and the changes of foods. Yes, you see, an atrophy of short muscles in the wrist, you see. This patient's is not hereditary neuropathy. I show you this boy with a very slowly progressive course, distal symmetrical tetraparesis with atrophy, but you see a multifocal neuropathy, and we treat this boy with EVG, intravenous immunoglobulin. We have a good response. The kids stand up and walking after the treatment. It's a good response to get main No, it's maybe CIDP. It's a CIDP disease because the good response is main criteria of CIDP. Main criteria of CIDP, actually. This is a motor demyelization, only motor demyelization without normal sensory response. Normal sensory, but demyelinated of motor fibers. You see changes of duration, dispersion of M wave, and this phenomenon never used in motor neuron disease, never used in axonal degeneration. It's only in demyelinated. It's a patient 37 years, subacute developed predominantly distal motor weakness. This is a POEMS. POEMS is a paraproteinemia disease. It's dysfunction of paraprotein in the blood. You see demyelinated too, but this is a diffuse, usually diffuse demyelinated. Actually, AMG no specific patterns by demyelization. You see a four picture with demyelinated polyneuropathy, and two of these pictures have a hereditary polyneuropathy, and two have a acute demyelination polyneuropathy with dysmune genesis. Let's try to choose how this picture in one. What do you think? It's dysmune or hereditary polyneuropathy? Huh? One picture with number 1. It's a hereditary maybe, or maybe dysmune polyneuropathy, Guillain-Barré syndrome. It's a hereditary. Yes. In second, hereditary. Yes, again. And Guillain-Barré syndrome and CIDP. Actually, AMG is non-specific. Clinical pattern, anamnesis data, laboratory, MRI, liquor proteins, and other. It's a complex diagnosis of polyneuropathy. AMG can find the melanated, and this is enough. In axonal type, when we talk about the axonal type, we find the sum of axon with myelin sheets were broken. Some axon was destroyed, and the EMG we find the range of motor response will decrease, and we find the low excitability. Axonal type, the classical of axonal type, it's chemical induces polyneuropathy after chemical therapy in cancer. If it's a very specific sensory polyneuropathy, sensory distal symmetrical polyneuropathy. Most typical hereditary axonal polyneuropathy is hereditary polyneuropathy type 2A type. It's metafusin protein. Metafusin, it's protein with connected mitochondria on the axon. With connect mitochondria, it's protein glue mitochondria with mitochondrion. And when this protein is broken, we see polyneuropathy, severe axonal polyneuropathy, with including a long nerve and short nerve. This girl have a weakness in distal muscles and proximal muscles too. It's a type 2A type, metafusin. He have a Govers technical maybe. Nodoparanodopathy, the classical is multifocal motor neuropathy with conduction block. But conduction block, usually you register a conduction block, but some cases you can't find this conduction block. And this ultrasound methods to find the changes of brachial plexus with very, very strong diagnostic utility to diagnose multifocal motor neuropathy. This is a patient with a classical MMN, and you see atrophy of asymmetrical atrophy of wrist and more changes of brachial plexus. Brachial plexus were very, very large, and if you perform ultrasound, you see very large trunk of brachial plexus and conduction block an EMG. Clinical picture, patients with multifocal motor neuropathy, similar patients with ILS, you see. You know about this. ILS patients and multifocal motor neuropathy is clinical, same maybe. And by ultrasound in patients with MMN, have many changes of peripheral nerve cross-section area. Brachial plexus cross-section area was very, very large. And in patients with ILS, don't changes of cross-section area, brachial plexus and other nerve. Yeah. Conduction block, you must be differentiated by dispersion of motor wave. Conduction block never changes of duration, strong changes of duration, M wave never be. Multifocal motor neuropathy is, this slide have some data about this disease. Actually, notes place cold sensitivity. With decrease in temperature, the patients have slow movement. Activation of complement system plays the side role of pathogenesis. Positive clinical response in intravenous immunoglobulins. Other patients with nodopathy and paranodopathy have disease with antibody with contactin, nerofascin, proteins in paranodal zone. Some pathomorphological changes including dissection of myelin, occlusion of myelin and other. There are patients only for diagnosis of this disease, you must be only to find the antibody for maybe connexin, nerofascin. Usually it's a young man, young woman with central demyelinization and peripheral nerve demyelinization for usually, and very, very increased nerve roots cross-section area, the very large nerve roots, and you perform ultrasound and find these changes. This is a patients with Lewis-Sumner syndrome with conduction block 2, with including cranial nerve with ptosis and asymmetrical proximal weakness with conduction block and some dispersion of some of area. Okay, this is a polyneuropathy. It's this problem very deep. This problem is it's many hours I must be told you about the polyneuropathy, hereditary and dysimmune neuropathy, but we have a lot of time, short time periods. And now I would like to show you some data about the combination of EMG and ultrasound. Okay. Usually we organize our office, medical office, with clinicist, with EMG, with ultrasound machine in one rooms. We think this is the best practice. We think this is the best to respond to find the different diagnoses. And in our practice, we perform both EMG and ultrasound. The main in this picture, main detail in this picture is clinicist. He maybe use ultrasound, maybe don't use ultrasound, because if for example, this patient is ILS diagnosis. We think about ILS, yes, without mutation SOT1 or maybe C9 ORF. And we perform ultrasound and find the changes of peripheral nerve in patient with ILS. And we know in ILS, not peripheral nerve, not cross-section area changes. And in these guys have more changes of cross-section area. It's headache for us, headache for us because it's ALS or not. And we try to use some treatment management, maybe EIVG if possible, maybe steroids if possible, and dynamic changes of these patients. And some of the cases had a good response with diagnosis ILS, good response on the EAVG therapy. It's very amazing for us, but some patients have a good response, actually. Maybe ultrasound can find this population with the changes of nerve, with diagnosis ILS, and we try to use target therapy for these patients, maybe. But this is the future research. I think maybe we find the ultrasound main utility to find the different path of ILS disease, maybe. Scanning of the motor units. We perform rhythmic electrical stimulation. We find some area island of muscle contraction. We perform needle EMG of this side and recording motor wave motor unit potential in this area and recording some changes of this area. This is a method is new. The duration of procedure may be 3 minutes. It's not difficult to perform, but for these methods, you may use only peroneal nerve and tibial anterior muscles. Research of architecture of muscle contraction. You perform ultrasound EMG both. You make electrical stimuli of nerve and get ultrasound probe on the target muscles, and you find architecture of contraction muscles and changes in high resolution and high frequency analysis, how many changes of architecture of muscle contraction. It's synchronic or non-synchronic. It's completely or not completely irregularity activity maybe and other changes. And we correlated amplitude of motor wave with the architecture of muscle contraction. Possibility to prognosis recovery of muscle strain after the nerve injury. This is adaptation of EMG in software Neurosoft. You see, I take ultrasound probe. I see a muscle contraction and my needle electrodes to site on the muscle maximal contraction. And I record in motor unit requirement. I listen how my muscles requirement contraction. I see electrical signals and I see muscle on by ultrasound. 3 point for information. And this is the best practice to find the first signs of reinnervation after the trauma of peripheral nerves. Neurosoft have adaptation ultrasound, any kind of ultrasound by plot of video capture. Video capture, just, yeah. This is a small plate. This is a small plate, including output input signal, HDMI cable, ultrasound machine, expert level or middle level, different ultrasound machine may be used. You take by this capture plate signal from ultrasound and connect to Neurosoft. And you see in one Windows ultrasound and Windows EMG contraction, both. It's very interesting and very good practice to perform in one hand and one one picture on soft and one hand, and two different methods to combine. We actually perform AMG with intelligence deep learning with network, and we colorize our muscles by networks. It's software which find the changes of pixel of ultrasound images and colorize it by network, by deep learning. If this pixel not characteristics of normal muscle structure in this site, the picture color is dark red. If more changes, white. It's normal muscle structure, red. And we use ultrasound and our software to colorize muscle in a pattern. Sorry. Okay. Prediction of recovery muscle storage at the reinnervation site. Patient with a trauma, strong trauma. We have a surgery of nerve suture, well good, but the patients don't have any movement in this hand. But in AMG you find the good requirement motor unit potential, but not movement. The patient asks, do you talk me about the normal requirement in the extensor carpi radialis? I can't movement my wrist, I can't move my wrist. And you told me it's good results. It's bad results. And we see about the prognosis of muscle strength after reinnervation stage. If contraction architecture was synchronic and short of time synchronic, synchronic strength in muscles, it's a good prognosis for good movement. But if we find the asynchronic muscle contraction, we have a better recovery of this pattern. We use some methods for deep learning and after encoder methods, and we try to colorize our ultrasound muscles image. It's a network, it's a deep learning methods to find changes of pixels of ultrasound images, and we changes pixel black to red. And find this picture, it's algorithm after encoder. If muscles were good, it's more red structure, as atlas of anatomy, like atlas of anatomy. We try to use any different changes of muscles, and this is a good practice to find more changes of muscle before you put the needle electrode in this site of muscles. It's IBM, it's myopathy, motor neuron disease, traumatic lesions, and other. First of all, we perform ultrasound, find the more changes of muscles, and next step, perform needle AMG in this site. With control needle AMG, with control by ultrasound, position of needle AMG. We have an ultrasound machine. Да, самоскип, но он беспроводной. We have some ultrasound machine today, but this is this device can't connect it by HDMI cable, and we don't use capture plate, video capture plate, because it's different algorithm of connective, and now we can't show you some connected. But I try to, I try to show you how you must be performed in AMG Yeah.
У них есть другая утишка, но она тоже она с VGA выходом, а не с HDMI.
I show you how you feel, how you connected your ultrasound, maybe interfacial MG view. Video windows. And this one, this is a video windows for ultrasound machine. Actually, now I capture image from my web camera because I don't connect it my video plate. And now I use a web camera. This one. This is my web camera. You see this one. Yeah. And I can record it video of maybe ultrasound I recorded. Yes, record start. It's a video capture, video lens, video file saved in this patient's in this MG data, and if I get this MG data in the database, I get MG and get ultrasound together.
At the same time.
At the same time. Oh, same. How long record?
Yeah, this is MG previously.
Previous.
This MG done previously, well, at the same time with the ultrasound. Can you do both of them at the
Both.
same time?
Yes, yes. We must record. You may try recording together AMG and the ultrasound together. Yeah. I make a ultrasound, needle MG, and after I put my electrodes, I save the records. Probe of ultrasound I get in my hand. Yeah. Нет. Я могу только передать. HDMI.
No, display.
Там.
DP, yeah? Yeah. وعليه سوفت وير رجعش لا DP only display معاكم بقى من HDMI display ثانية واحدة
Only VGI.
Vega or يا Vega يا display مش كده عشان سكيبر استنى ستار
ها؟
عشان سكيبر استنى ستار استنى ستار لا ما عندكش программу просто поставить. Программку вам поставить.
Да сейчас мы не сможем уже. Have you any questions? Yes. It's not specific for Neurosoft actually. It's some combined, some ultrasound machine have integrated MG data, but I don't know. Specific software. Do you mean this analysis of ultrasound in one programs and EMG in second programs. No, it can't both. The connection both, no. No. But some devices have both methods together. In European conference by ultrasound techniques presented these machines. Actually, it's very high price of this machine. Actually, very high price. And we think it's good to use a video capture plate because you may try a different ultrasound machine with HDMI output data. And in these machines, both you use only this ultrasound machine and never different, it never changes ultrasound machine. It's not good practice, actually. Yes, sir. Ultrasound of muscles, good utility. For example, radiculopathy. Radiculopathy S1, L5 S1. Gastrocnemius muscles. Any changes of medial head of gastrocnemius, it may be radiculopathy. L4, L5. Extensor hallucis longus changes by ultrasound. Very white muscles, changes of muscles. It's a simple method to make diagnostic подсказка. Diagnostic. Yes, confirmation and maybe diagnostic things. Yes, diagnostic things. Anybody perform ultrasound? Carpal tunnel syndrome. In carpal tunnel syndrome, it's ultrasound of medial nerve in the carpal tunnel. It's not diagnostic utility because AMG is best methods for diagnosis carpal tunnel syndrome. But some reasons of these compressions may be diagnosis by ultrasound. In 100 patients with carpal tunnel syndrome, two or three of them have a synovial cyst, maybe, or maybe tumor, or maybe tenosynovitis, or maybe other different problem. It's not carpal classic tunnel syndrome. But AMG is carpal tunnel syndrome. But 100 patients and only 2 and 3 have any changes. That if you want to find these 2, 3 patients, you must show 100 patients. You must show 100 patients for find 2, 3 with anomaly of carpal tunnel, with a tumor, with the synovial cyst, with any changes. Injection steroid?
Yeah, injection steroid
yeah.
or glucose or something like that.
Yeah, you may perform by ultrasound control to injection of medial nerve. Yeah.
Any volunteer for neuromuscular ultrasound?
Neuromuscular ultrasound, yeah. Anybody have some problem with? Okay. Okay. This is ulnar and radial os, and two level of muscles. This is a deep superficial digitorum flexion and deep digitorum flexion. And in this side you see a medial nerve. Yes, this is a medial nerve. It's medial nerve in carpal tunnel syndrome. Cross-section area normal value is 12, 11, 12. This one, yeah. But ultrasound, we check normal anatomy of a carpal tunnel and the cubital tunnel syndrome. In some of our patients have a vasoneural conflict by intermediate palmaris artery with the medial nerve, vasoneural conflict, and some patients have a tumor, teres nevitis, anomaly of muscles, palmaris longus muscles with muscles belly, muscles belly in the carpal tunnel with compression of medial nerve. And for example, if surgery in a surgeon to take a decompression, get a small section, and they see a synovial cyst. It's a very problem because it's not perform the resection of this cyst because maybe use small anesthesia, local anesthesia, and in local anesthesia you can't a section of large synovial cyst maybe. This is a medial nerve. А закатайте кофту. Нет, брюки. Брюки? Да, если хотите, я сам. It's not specific pattern. Fascicular ratio and the fascicle size, it's not specific actually. But some researchers, some our friends get some research about fascicle size in CIDP patients. Actually, not bad results. We can't find any correlation with fascicle size and clinical spectrum of CIDP. For this, no, мышца. This is a leg, yes, leg, and I find a This is a gastrocnemius muscles. You see good gastrocnemius muscles and soleus muscles in deeply. Yeah. And next I find the medial head. It's good. In some patients had absence of gastrocnemius medial muscles, absence head. They get perform ultrasound, but I don't see any muscles in this side. But it's a normal patients. It's patient without clinical deficiency. It's an anomaly. This is a gastrocnemius. This is a tibial muscles. It's a tibial muscles, yeah. Tibial muscles and fossa, peroneal fossa. Попробуйте стопу на себя. It's contraction. You see contraction of peroneal muscles, tibial anterior muscles. This one, yeah. It's a normal. In patient with radiculopathy, you may see some changes. In patient with trauma, some changes. And ALS, relax. Just relax muscles and just try to find the muscle contraction. Any fasciculation may be. No. Changes of movement pattern. Movement pattern. Yes, for each muscles we can't data about the changes of contraction, only changes of structure of muscle, but not contraction changes. But maybe in the future we connect some data with maybe deep learning system. We find any changes of architecture muscle contraction. But now I don't know. Elasticography. Elasticography is a good, best method for find the fibrosis of muscles. Fibrosis. Fibrosis, yeah. In the Duchenne. Yeah, in Duchenne, myopathy, Volkmann, ischemic contracture, and other. Elastography is the best method.
So, dear colleagues, we finished. Thank everyone for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I saw you before. You came in Egypt. You came to Egypt before, or you go?
Never been.
You go
First
to
time.
Europe. I
Yeah.
think I saw you.